I mean, I guess you give him range too, but
yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to be nearly as good with the laser as you are.
That's the thing. If you're going to have a laser pistol, you got to be able to actually use that accuracy.
Yes, exactly. And he's not exactly. Cowabunga's not great with hit the accuracy on it, but he's not bad to hit the accuracy on it.
It's worked out pretty well so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
It totally changed my perspective on the red line.
I mean, the red line is it's a low-powered 5 damage weapon, but that AP, and if you get any net hits, I mean, you're up into SMG ranges immediately as far as damage. But even better because you have all that AP, and it borderline pushes you up into assault rifle damage codes or actual damage levels.
Yeah. It's
just the range and the atmospheric modifiers, but otherwise not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and when you use it at almost melee range most of the time, then it's like, yep, no, this is fine. It makes me wish they had eye lasers back in 5th edition.
They do.
No, they don't.
They do.
They did in 3rd edition.
They have an eye laser in 5th edition.
No, they don't. Can't have any eye weapons.
I never said it was a weapon. I said it was a laser.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have a targeting laser, I think. It's not the
exactly. You never specified.
We're talking about laser weapons.
I know. Well, technically, if you take your laser, take your eye out that has the laser built into it and then throw it at a person, technically that's a laser eye weapon.
Sigh.
Could you use it to start a fire?
Depends on if you use a magnifying glass.
Or if you rub it together with something else very rapidly.
Yeah, there you go. Uses the flint to your tinder.
Look how popular games are. I mean, everybody shows up early.
I know, it's great.
Remind me, where is this current adventure?
In the Discord chat, you will see a you will see a table link on there that I mentioned everybody on. Click on that, and you'll join up into it.
I meant more what part of the world is it in?
Oh, we are in merry old England.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, jolly good. We'll have some chimney sweeps then.
So I have an old character that was like called Dillon was the pre-gen name.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that one? It's a covert ops.
Yeah, I think I remember that guy. If not, I can download him real quick.
Yeah, would you mind? Because I don't know how to put a face on the thing, a token on the board or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Here. In fact, why don't you... Do.
Do they have Tokyo character?
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you want to pick a token, tell me which one you want, and then... Oh, ignore all these tokens up here. That shouldn't see those. No, not even that guy. So yeah, ignore those guys, but
all right.
But
yeah, I was oriented enough to catch any of that, so well done on that. Let's see. Zoom in a little bit. There we go. Okay, let me look for a moment.
Let me see if I can download that character sheet. It was the Neo Tokyo Pre-gens, and you said it was the...
Dillon, and somehow I ended up renaming him Sambudo at some point. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where this one came from.
Yeah, is it a print-off page, or do you actually have a PDF of it?
I have a print-off page.
Ah, yeah, I don't have those versions.
Okay. Well, let me just grab a guy. How about Human Male 11?
Okay. And what is the character's name?
Dillon.
All right.
It's taken me a while to know how to do all the 10 things I want to do before in every one of these like customizations on the board, or the settings for this.
Yep.
20.
So on Roll20, we actually for 5th edition have a bunch of macros set up because we weren't fancy enough to start putting character sheets actually into the 5th edition character sheet until much later. So we have some macros set up for ease of use. So if you go up to the top right hand corner of the Roll20 page, you'll see either dot dash or 3 what looks like hexagons in a triangle formation. Click that, and that will bring up the macros page. The first 3 macros that are right there, it'll say initiative, then pre-edge roll, and then roll. Those 3 macros right there are what we're going to be using for the most part. Just click the little check mark next to the words in bar to the right of that, and that will bring them down to the lower left-hand corner of Roll20's window, and you can then use those as you need to roll dice.
Okay.
They're pretty self-explanatory. You click the button, it brings up and asks for a dice pool, and you input the value of whatever you want. So I'm going to put down 14 dice for this roll that I'm exampling. And then then you hit the enter button, it'll come up and ask for an input value, just tell you what the reason for the roll is. So if I want to shoot someone really, really good, or kick Nautit in the face.
He's a gnome, so it's easy. It happens by mistake sometimes.
Don't we all want to do that?
And it's a glowing face now, since he just he or she, depending on what he goes with today, just cast healthy glow on himself. So
Nautit's not a gnome.
I didn't think so.
No, really? It changed, huh?
Nautit's never been a gnome.
Nautit's never been a gnome.
You're thinking of monkey.
Oh, man.
Too much Shadowrun.
You guys just play one character.
And I kicked Nautit in the glowing face with 6 successes, according to that dice roll.
Quick reaction intuition.
Yeah. Dodge.
Don't forget your defense penalty for the kick attack.
It was a flying kick, and I had a charge under too.
So there's a penalty?
Minus 14 dice.
Yow.
It's an armor piercing kick.
No, that's the reach penalty that I'm giving him.
So
it's a very long kick.
There's a whole thing about reach builds in 5th edition that just get totally ridiculous.
My legs go all the way up.
Yikes. You have a foot anchor. Use spec mods to enhance its reach by 4. Get prototype materials for another 2. So you have +6 on your unarmed attack with the spur on your foot. Then you get shark skin for your ortho skins. So that's another 1. Be a troll. So that's another 1.
Really?
Kick attack. That's another 1.
Holy crap!
It just gets stupid.
Personalized grip. Oh, that's accuracy.
Personalized foot.
Personalized grip for your foot weapon. I don't think that would apply. I'm sorry.
No, not that one.
Maybe you have personalized grip points on your thigh to wind your leg up really, really fast in order to kick with more vigor.
Sadly, telescoping limbs don't give reach, which they should.
They should. Oh well. All right. So, who are we still waiting on? Or are we?
I gave you a list in the chat, in the Discord.
Yeah, we are waiting on
Jay.
Jay. Yeah, where the hell is Jay? I mean, he donates a bunch of money for the fundraiser, and then he disappears for the day.
Mysterious.
Silent investors are the best kind.
This is true. I don't hear them complain. Silent and have no say. That's what I like.
Ooh, I'm just reading through Run and Gun, and I saw the Miracle Shot edge action, which I don't think I've ever seen anyone use in all the time I've played 5th edition.
I don't even remember what that does.
Yeah, what is that?
It removes 4 points worth of a called shot penalty for any called shot.
It doesn't seem enough.
It's not particularly amazing. Maybe that's why nobody uses it.
Probably. I mean, if it was like a 6 or an 8 point, that might be used more often.
If it just said remove all penalties on a called shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's a miracle shot. So yeah, you're removing all penalties on a cold shot. I would go with that.
I mean, some of them are higher, right? Like, isn't there a 6?
Yeah. Well, it's in Run and Gun. So that's the book that has things that are like, if you want to shoot someone in the eye, it's a -10.
Mm-hmm. Well, so in that case, I mean, if it only removes 4, though, you said, right? You were
right.
saying,
right. Yeah. So, like, in the book that makes the 4-point penalty not that amazing, it has this quality, or this edge action that is not that amazing.
Well, they probably weren't communicating between the two writers of the two different sections when that was made.
Yep.
I mean, typical Shadowrun stuff.
There's another one in there for lucky cover. Just give you a cover.
That one's kind of useful occasionally, but usually you have better things to spend your edge on.
Yep.
So there's what's the lucky? What is it? Lucky duck.
Lucky duck is somebody else spends 2 and you get the attack just misses you.
So the first time I ever came into receiving end of that one, I was a player and a good buddy of mine was running a game, and we just entered into basically an opium den spell type situation, and the mage that cast the spell was basically a guru, a prophet, whatever you want to call, cult leader type situation. And we were tasked with taking him down to end the spell and whatnot, because in the back rooms people were dying and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, long story short, we kept on trying to shoot him, and he said, "Lucky duck, this guy's spending 2 points of edge to jump in front of your bullet. And that you just killed an innocent bystander. Congratulations."
So there's protect the principal, which is different, but yes, there's that too.
But yeah, protect
the principal. You spend an edge and jump in front of the shot. And you take the hit.
Lucky duck isn't that with that's the guy spending edge, isn't it?
Lucky duck, somebody else spends edge for you, 2 edge, and then the attack just misses.
Yes, and that's what it was. So the guys laying down an ecstasy expected by the spells or whatever spent the points of edge, and the spell just missed the guy because he worded it so that he throws up a book in the path of the bullet, and the bullet hits the book instead of the big bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see it if you have a cult and
Yeah.
everybody's willing to do stuff, then they could throw
Exactly.
edge. But like, how much edge does your average person have? Probably not any, or maybe
one
one.
or two. Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you had a bunch of Shadowrunners hooked in, then
Yeah.
sure. Technically, spirits have edge, although they usually don't spend it.
Yeah, free spirits can, but bound spirits can't.
Mm-hmm.
At least not for you. They can't spend.
Right.
Hey, we have a wild J.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
All right, who do I have to bring out onto the table yet? I should really do that. Silver's out here, Bakemono's out here, Cowabunga's out here, Dillon's out here. I need a J. I need a Ren, but I don't have one.
Yeah, I'm adding it in.
Okay. And then who else am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, just him. Okay. She is big. Haha.
If anyone has upgrade advice later on, let me know. I've got a chunk of karma going to waste.
I would say think about things that you think your character is lacking and go for those things.
My rule of thumb is if I use a skill that I don't or that I have or that I don't have in a game, I will try to, and it's low enough, I should say. I will try to put points into it at the end of the session if I have the availability.
So an organic advancement, you just buy what you use.
Exactly.
Reasonable. That's usually how I rationalize knowledge skill pick choices.
Unless I have a actual built-out list of things to do, obviously, and then I follow that.
Yeah.
But even then, I'll jump back to the organic listing if I, oh, hey, we played a game last session and we didn't have this, or this really weird scenario came up, and it'd be nice if it comes up again. I'd like to have a couple extra dice in that. Those type of situations. But mostly it's organic for me. All right. So we have everybody here. I almost thought I brought you into the wrong table for a second, but nope, we're good. Okay. All right. So are we ready to go, or do we need some more minutes?
I'm ready. Oh, Dillon may have just stepped away.
I did notice that.
Dylan's coming back.
Okay.
I'm here.
I don't hear any complaints, so I think I'm going to start.
Holler if you're dead.
Silence is deafening.
I knew it.
Holler if you're a ghoul. Didn't get anybody. Darn it, I was expecting one. Thank you for the soundboard emote or noise. All right. You know, I should do a thing where if you guys use a soundboard noise appropriately during the game, you get like a point of nerps back or something like that. A point of nerps or something like that.
I dig it.
That's kind of funny.
Everyone is the Foley artist now.
Yeah, I just don't want this to get to a situation where everybody's just playing random noises on every single sentence.
The hard part, you're gonna have
chaos.
You're gonna have madness, and you're gonna have a hard time actually like auditing it. It's like, who pushed that button?
Exactly.
I like the idea though.
All right. So you guys decided after ruining a particular middle management person's life in the last time you were, or when you were in Neo Tokyo a week ago, that you would get out of town for a little while. And your fixer said, "Don't worry, I got a job for you. It's right up your alley. Merry old England's calling you." And you looked at him and said, "What? Really?" But you trusted him. You like you do. Silly you. But anyways. So you've been spending the last, 5-6 days here, something along those lines, laying low for the most part. And you've been hankering for some of Mrs. Ito's famous noodles for days. Well, wait a second. This is just getting you there. Hey, never mind. You don't run away from your last job. Let me read you this instead. I was making something up, but I don't have to. Somebody already made it up for me. "Oh, that smells good. You've been hankering for some of Mrs. Ito's famous noodles for days, and she's finally come by your street. The line was epic, and twice you had to threaten to slug some dreck wipe who tried to cut in line ahead of you, but you finally have them. And they're as glorious as you remember. Just as you're about to dig in, your comlink beeps and indicating incoming comm call. 'You all right there, mate?' a rather jovial Westerner says in greeting as you accept the call. 'My name's Eric, and I'm a fixer. A mutual acquaintance referred you to me. Said you might be willing to come to Blessed Blighty for a little shindig. I'll handle travel arrangements, of course, but I need out-of-town talent of your skill set for a little something. So what do you say, mate? You down?'
Chip truth, Jimmer.
For a second, Bakemono doesn't understand what this person is saying because he doesn't have many ranks in English.
Flight on your dime?
English.
Flight's on my dime.
Isn't it?
How long you reckon it's going to take?
Flight's going to take about 10, 14 hours, something along those lines. Job, maybe a week or so, and then you fly back.
All right, I'll put my place up on Airbnb.
Ooh, frugal, I like it.
Well, it's a tunnel, but
Ain't
Interesting.
much, but it's home.
Sure, why not? Could use a change of scenery.
Isn't it hard to get into there?
Don't worry about that. You leave that up to me.
Okay.
so Eric the fixer, are you? You're not the same guy as Eric the mage, right?
No. I don't do finger wiggly stuff.
Okay.
Well, actually, I do finger wiggly stuff, but it's in the Matrix, not in the magic.
So it's like icon wiggly stuff.
Exactly. You get it. Yes. Upgrade silver to first class. Gotcha.
Will there be tea?
Well, yes.
I think I can make this trip.
Will there be tea? Okay.
Hard sell.
Sweet. I'll send the ticks for the flight and have someone meet you at the airport to take you to your digs. Can you be at Narito Airport in 4 hours? Oh, and a word of warning. Our laws are a bit more stringent than yours used to in Japan, so leave your pig stickers at home unless you can hide them bloody well.
Not a problem.
What about non-lethal armaments?
Those are fine.
Okay.
As long as you have a license for the restricted ones, you'll be fine.
All right.
Bakemono doesn't know. I mean, he knows he doesn't have anything that sticks pigs, but he doesn't know anything about the laws in England.
He's going to have a rude awakening.
Is he, though? We'll do a quick... I don't think I actually have my... Oh, let's see how we got in computers.
Download No Soft Laws of England.
Make the check.
Is the job around London?
Yep.
No, it is not around London.
Ooh, where is it? Oh, he said
Is
it might.
it in a valley?
It is in Heath. You're flying into Heathrow, but that's just the international airport.
Oh, okay, that's you're getting to Blighty.
Yes, and I'm trying to remember exactly where the city is. But
What's the name?
I'm looking.
Oh, I thought you meant you. Okay, you don't know the city,
I
nor
don't.
where it is.
Well, you're. Oh, actually, no. I take it back. You are in London. Yes.
Okay, all right. Back to the
Yeah.
beginning.
Okay.
I would be very impressed if they said, "Oh, nope, this one's going to be in Manchester or something."
Wales. Actually,
We're united down there.
you do go to Scotland, I think, for one of these.
I mean, it would be really cool to have something interact with like Torchwood or one of those kind of deals.
Benny Hill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every Shadowrun is Benny Hill.
Awesome.
Yeah, Bakemono doesn't have any way of finding this information. He's just going to wing it at this point.
Okay.
I mean, if I have to leave all my weapons because the only weapons he has are giant clubs, then he's going to just be hitting people with chairs.
Improvised weapon adept, right?
Everything is a club.
Pretty much. The accuracy is only a 3, though.
Good enough. That's what Edge is for.
All right. So
Yeah. When he says leave pig stickers home, he's talking about swords, right? You're talking about swords?
yes.
All right, yeah. Who needs a sword anyway?
Right.
Oh, let me see about actual
Yeah,
rules
about that.
for England.
Yeah, so Bakemono's not looking it up, but if somebody else does, you could totally tell him.
So,
So-
I'm guessing Mike should leave the extreme cyber implant weapon arm at home.
Probably.
But if it's an implant, isn't it well concealed?
Well, no, that's the extreme level actually replaces your entire arm as just the weapon, effectively.
So there's got like a sword for an arm?
Pretty much.
It's more like a jackhammer or a chainsaw or something. Yeah, it's usually, extreme. Sadly, they're not very
I don't want
good.
to sit next to that person.
Anyone
Yeah.
want to get me a transport license? Or should I just put it in the cargo department? Cargo hold.
What are you trying for?
A sward.
Well, it's not a pig sticker. It's more of an
Fish gutter.
a lizard gutter. The 30-foot tall one that had that we kept the toes from.
You did gut that lizard. I think I remembered barbecuing you, too, I think.
No, that was the guy to my right that
that's
got
right.
barbecued.
He lived.
I'm really surprised there isn't actually stuff in the mission about running in England.
Yeah, that is a little surprising. It's like part of the gimmick.
Yeah.
Mind if I ask just to be clear about the weapons limitations, like what I'm bringing or not?
That's kind of what we're sorting out.
Yeah. Okay.
So there was something. There's stuff about the airport inspections into the getting into customs and whatnot. Heathrow comprises a bit of British law. Weapons will need to be running overtly and matrix active, no throwbacks, and inspected by customs officials. All security officers have. You don't need to know those numbers. UK custom officials are trained to spot concealed weapons. Ooh.
Well, I'm not trying to conceal mine. I'd like to put it in cargo. Are we actually flying public? Like,
yes, actually.
this is unheard of.
Looks
What kind of a job is this?
I thought he said, "Don't worry about getting in." Like, if he's telling us to fly commercial and not worry about it, Bakemono's going to not worry about it. But it doesn't mean he's going to behave appropriately.
He says, "Don't worry about it, but act appropriate." Let's put it that way.
What?
Yeah, but
worry about it.
my weapon's real expensive, so I better not lose it.
Well, yeah, but if you, I mean, there's there's a form you have to fill out for firearms. Effectively, that's all it is.
It's not firearm, but okay.
Fudge. What about that fancy club I acquired for you?
For who?
Well, that one. An Asmodium Force 6 weapon foci.
The osmium mace. So, yeah, that's what Bakemono's primary weapon is, and that's why, like, if he's bringing it, he's bringing it. It's not hidden, but like,
I wonder if you can like put it into a glass display case and claim that it's it's a museum piece or something.
It's
a ritual
ceremonial.
object.
That's something you could try. I mean, do you have the license for something like that, or want to try for a license for something like that?
Let's see. What does he have?
I got an exotic weapons license. I hope that's good enough.
I don't think the laser is forbidden.
What?
Honestly, I don't think it is. I think it's restricted.
Oh no, it's 16F, my friend.
Oh, well, there you go.
You have concealed
But
weapon
you're acting as
marker?
my attorney, so that's between you and me.
Right. Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. If we're getting on a public flight from Heathrow to London, which are probably some of the more secure airports on the planet, do we have SINs
That's a good
that are
question,
going to
too.
allow that to work?
I know this might be a very short.
We know like a billion people. Why don't we just take a different way to London? Because we have.
Yeah, and I've got the
Of
money. I can
coyotes
afford a
and
private
such,
plane
right?
if I have to. I mean, otherwise this could be a very short mission. Like we make it to Heathrow. I mean, we make it to Narita. We're arrested, and then it's a new mission.
Yeah, you know what? Better yet, we're gonna. I mean, Bakemono can't negotiate, but I feel like that'd be a great thing to negotiate. It was like, look, if you want us on this, you need to get us there with some liberty.
We could always take a boat from the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's like
Contacts there.
we're gonna take the way that works for us, and you're gonna deal with it. And they're gonna be like, well, when you get here, all the ice cream that you're supposed to steal has melted.
Speaking of melted, I'm going to wrap my thermite bar in a chocolate wrapper.
You can only take one, and they're going to make you eat the other one in front of them.
It's okay. Just make sure it's wrapped well.
That's how I get superpowers.
Is that a non-metallic wrapper?
Oh, crap.
Just don't eat like mercury or not mercury.
All right, so looking at
just,
this, it looks like you're not going to have any problems with anything that's checked properly. Anything that's on your person, you might have problems with. So if you have hidden compartments or something along those lines, you're going to be going through customs. You'll have to declare any sort of cyberware and bioware installed in you that may need to be, that has licenses and whatnot, that kind of sort of thing. And for the most part, all that will be taken care of by a SIN scan.
Does somebody want to check me in as luggage?
I don't know. How long does your O2 tank work for?
Probably not long enough, but I can have an external one.
Tell you what, we can put you up with enough oxygen. It's just going to be a very small container, and we'll FedEx it overnight.
You remember that Ren can be disassembled, right?
Yes, I did.
Even better.
I wonder how long the different modular connectors and crap can actually be disconnected before anything organic that's still on one side or the other of it becomes gone, and how much of you has to be together in order for you to be human. Like your head has to be your torso or something like that.
No, that stuff can't be disassembled, but like your limbs could go somewhere else. You can't take somebody's head off.
I was going to say that'd be too Futurama.
So for Cowabunga's part, he will put everything in checked luggage except for his pretty armor, ballistic mask will go in luggage, and not have any weapons. He retains his goring horns, however.
That's fine. Do you pack the hammer?
I sadly do. I've got a velvet like little blanket for it. And I wrap it up gently and put it in the suitcase.
They make you put little pool noodles on the ends of the horns.
That would be humiliating. I should totally make you do it.
It's just policy.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We have to have you wear these. But nobody else is. I'm sorry, sir. We have to have you wear these. You have ripped the overhead luggage twice now. We need you to wear these.
What if I sing the Viking spam song? Would that be all right then?
No. All right. Anyways, so like I said, you guys can anything that's checked will not be a problem. I mean, it might throw off a few red flags if it's not well packed, but at the same time, we're going to kind of hand wave that stuff. But anything that you're trying to smuggle through on your person, if you want to try to smuggle something, that's going to be the problem.
So, like the grenades that I have, are they staying at home? In some
I would
way?
recommend the grenades not go through air traffic control. Correct. You might see a ATF agent running out with a bomb squad onto the tarmac and exploding a box that looks very similar to yours with some C4 at some point in time.
Okay, but like a heavy pistol is fine to check.
Oh yeah, you can do those all the time. Yeah, that's not a problem. You just got to have the right licenses for them and declare that they're being transported. It's like a $50 fee, even in nowadays, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that gives me something to experiment with next time I travel.
Wait, in real life?
You should live stream that too.
Just kidding.
Whatever you do, don't accidentally have any bullets in your hoodie. I had a cousin who had that happen to him once. Big awkwardness.
I had a hammer drill bit in my backpack, and they got real excited about that.
I had a fishing weight in the bottom of a bag at one point.
No, wait a minute. In the pocket of the hoodie or in the hood of
in
the
the
hoodie?
hood. Just like it fell off a desk into his hood, and he just didn't know it was there.
The fuck?
That's hilarious. Anyways. All right, so you guys still on for this?
Yeah, so what Bakemono's going to do is he's going to pack this thing along with all of his other like potentially important go time gear, and he's going to have a spirit watch it, make sure it doesn't nothing happens to it, basically.
You have licenses for summoning, yes?
Well, he's not summoning it on the plane.
Well, no, but the spirit's going to be tied back to your signature and all that kind of stuff, and if somebody wants to, if somebody senses, which is probably standard practice on international flights like these, they will probably detect it.
It's going to be in the cargo hold. How are they going to see it?
I mean, you're talking about putting it actually inside the luggage?
So you put the stuff, all of your gear, in a big bag, right?
Okay.
You put the bag in the luggage conveyor, whatever, onto the plane, into the cargo hold, and you say, "Hey, spirit, go find my luggage and watch it. Make sure nothing happens to it."
Excellent.
And it can do that immaterially because this is, they're magical pieces of equipment. Although I guess it could materialize inside the cargo hold either way.
Well, but again, my point is more along the lines of now you have a spirit following along a piece of luggage, and what they're going to do, any self-respecting astral mage is going to see the spirit and wonder what the heck it is, so it's going to sense it, follow the astral signature back to you.
What the sensing mage is going to be looking around inside the cargo hold?
The one that's monitoring the cargo airport.
Yeah.
What?
You have to take it from your person and put it onto the conveyor belt. So the mage that's in the airport itself can absolutely see that potentially.
You don't have to have the spirit next to you.
No, I understand that, but it's going to be following the luggage, and I'm sure they're going to be scanning astrally for astral problems on luggage also, just like they do bomb checks.
It's not going through the airport. There's no reason to do that.
Then how are you getting it?
What are you talking about?
How, if the luggage is not going through the airport to get onto the airport?
The luggage is going through the airport, not the spirit.
Okay, how does it keep an eye on it then?
Spirit is somewhere outside in the immaterium or in the air. You think to the spirit, "Hey, use your search power on my luggage and make sure nothing happens to it." And you do that once you are ready to go. The plane is taxiing or something.
Okay, but still it has to find it, which means it's becoming it's locating the object, which means it's going to be beside it, right?
It's going to be beside it, but it's not a physical spell. It doesn't need to materialize for that to happen.
I understand that, but if there's whatever, never mind. We're talking.
You do it after it's already in the plane, so you don't have to go through the airport. That's the point.
That's what you didn't say.
I said several times it's not going through the airport.
Which I was taking for the gear not going through the airport, not the spirit going through the airport.
The spirit The gear has licenses. The spirit has licenses too, but that makes things extra awkward for no reason.
Which is why I was asking you if you had a summoner's license, because the mage was going to come back and follow your astral signature towards you.
The point I'm making is the license doesn't matter because there's no reason for it to see the spirit.
Okay. That makes more sense then. Okay. Now that we just spent 10 minutes figuring out that mess, let's continue. Sorry about that. I was not understanding what you were putting down, and I think we were both confusing each other. All right. So, God, that was a long arse flight. Neo-Tokyo Narita is one of the biggest and busiest airports in the world, and while it's been massively updated in the last few years, there's something so sterile about major international airports, especially when your very existence is on the darkest gray side of legal, or even on the opposite side of legal. It's hard enough for Joe Wageslave, let alone you, for that matter. All those eyes, meat and astral and electronic, all looking for those tiny details that don't fit. Not to mention the astral and the wireless noise. Heathrow Airport in London is much the same, except this time the people behind the eyes are Westerners, with a fair number of various metatypes in evidence. You've orcs and trolls and elves, and some you've only heard stories about, like that chica with the orange skin and 4 arms holding a pair of carbines. And the scrutiny is much stricter, since nations tend to be far more concerned about who's coming into their country than who's leaving. All right, let's get through customs. Everybody, roll me a charisma plus etiquette test.
You mean ranks of etiquette, not etiquette total, right?
Correct. Well, yeah, I mean, if you have 6 ranks of etiquette, you roll charisma plus your 6 ranks.
Yeah, charisma plus etiquette means roll your regular pool.
Correct.
Oh.
Roll your regular pool.
That was confusing.
Sorry. Ooh, silver, is that going to stand? Please let it stand. Please,
No,
please, please.
God.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on, yes.
That's a spicy one.
Please let that stand. Remember, you can only spend a point of edge to cancel out to make it a glitch, not a critical glitch.
Yep.
How that? These dice are cursed.
Sweet.
Sometimes it's like that. Big red man, not a problem.
Ooh, I got 12.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
I rolled 4s and 1s. That's it.
That's it. 4s and
That
1s.
That'd be good if this was SR3.
Can you remind me what a NERP is? I
Nerp.
don't.
That's right. You haven't played with us for a while. NERPs are basically anything that is Shadowrun related, swag, books, etc., etc., etc. At a convention table, you can have a point of NERPs for every Shadowrun or Catalyst related piece of gear or stuff you have. And basically what it does is adds 3 dice to any one roll for each point of NERPs you have. Online, since we can't verify exactly what you have in front of you or around you or whatnot, we allow everybody to have 3 points of NERPs, and they are your resources to save, spend, share, or however you want to use them.
So are they like sort of edge but bigger?
No, they are edge. They are not edge or anything along those lines. So, say you have 16 dice to attack somebody, but I'm sorry. Let's make it something different. You have 6 dice to roll your charisma plus etiquette roll for this test. You're like, oh, this isn't a great roll for me. Should I edge this and pre-edge this and add my 3 dice for edge to that? No, I'll use a point of NERPs instead. I'll add 3 dice from the NERPs to my roll, and then I still have my edge that I can potentially use after that if I still don't like that roll. So it's kind of I'm going to call it a pre-edge use, but it's not really a pre-edging action, if that makes sense.
Okay, but the edges are only 1 die, but a NERP is 3?
So edge allows you to do either re-rolling all your failures, or post. That's post edging. There's a method of what's called post push, which allows you to reroll your edge dice only, and all of your limit goes away and a few other things, but we'll deal with that if we get to it. The other most common is just a pre-edge roll. So you take your total edge rating, and not like say if you have an edge rating of 5, even if you spent 2 points of edge already on different rolls, you take your full dice pool, full edge rating of 5, and take that 5 dice and add it to your 6 dice on your charisma etiquette test. And what happens is any 6s explode, which means they keep on rolling until you don't get a 6, and your limit no longer matters to this roll if you pre-edge.
And pre-edging because you do it before you roll.
Correct. You can't do
You
it.
can also use edge for going sooner in the initiative or rolling more dice.
Yeah, there's a lot of uses for edge. NERPs is not even a thing in the book. It's just a SRM thing.
Actually, I think it is a thing in the book.
No, NERPs is a thing in Shadowrun, but that mechanic isn't a thing.
Yes, correct.
All right, I know enough. Please
Excellent.
proceed.
All right, so who do we have? So we have a glitch from Silver. Grynner is fine. You walk through, no problems. Dillon, you are fine. You walk through, no problems. Cowabunga. Let's see. Cowabunga gets a sin scan. We're going to have to deal with you.
I have 3 hits.
Oh, never mind. You nerfed that. That's true. So you are fine. You walk through, no problems. Ren, you're fine. And Bakemono, you are fine as well. Now we get to deal with...
They start to detain me, and I say, do you know who I am?
They were like, oh, shit.
Yeah, that was a nice con, by the way. All right. So yeah, we will have to deal with Silver.
I'm going to NERPs once and spend edge. I like making etiquette rolls. Succeeding at them, not critically glitching at them.
So the only use of edge on your critical glitch that's allowed is a point of edge to turn the critical glitch into a regular glitch.
So it's a no-hit glitch rather than, oh my god, everything awful happened.
Correct.
You rolled 9 1s on a 13 dice. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's not the right way.
Yeah, so I would
press it in the wrong direction.
I would probably save the point of NERPs and just spend the point of edge. Because the point of NERPs isn't going to change the dice pool in any way, shape, or form. Any meaningful way. Let's put it that way.
I could get 1 success.
You did.
It doesn't really.
But I'm still gonna have.
So sorry, maybe I'm confused, but doesn't he need to use edge to make it a regular glitch? And then when it's a regular glitch, he can use NERPs to get 3 successes.
What?
He rolls 3 dice with the NERPs, right?
And yes, and he already did. He got 1 success out of it.
Oh, I see. All right.
Right. So really the difference would be it's a glitch with some hits versus a glitch with no hits.
Correct. So basically you have 1 success and a glitch, effectively. All right. So you get 1 success. You're scanned first regardless. And the scan will... And what is your sin rating, sir?
That was the very first thing I bought.
Excellent. And what is it?
I will get the exact info for you, but I think it was the highest rank I could possibly get.
So it'll be a 4 at character creation.
I bought a rank 6 once I had money.
Oh, okay. So you bought it after character creation.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a 6.
All right.
I spent 32,000 on that sin.
Ouch.
Yep. It's rating 6s are good stuff.
They are well worth it too, especially when doing these. All right.
And if burned are very painful.
So if the scanner is slaved to a host, do I get the host's rating as a dice pool?
No, double the device rating is the sin scanner.
Which it
just makes it harder to attack if it's on a host.
Okay.
Or I guess if you had like a technomancer running around in there, they could use it.
I am not hacking the airport host.
You sure you want to? Because it's a rating 10 host. I mean, I think you can make it.
If you brought a cyber deck with you, you could turn on jamming.
Ooh, I got 3 successes. All right, so they come through. They scan your sin, but they just are looking at you funny. They say, "Sir, please step out of line. We need to do a little more thorough check on you and bring you into a holding room.
This is where Silver's other advantage of being a charming person helps.
I smile in my Berrywick suit that fits in perfectly at Heathrow Airport.
Not as good as mine.
Sure.
I'm wearing a crimson sky. That's airport appropriate.
I apologize, sir. Please, the system was throwing a minor error. We just need to pull you out of line and run one additional scan. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear 1 minute, please. The guard.
It's a holding room. They probably just want to give you a hug.
Some orc in line is like, oh, it is a random scan.
Well, it's an elf. Yeah, the elf got scanned, exactly.
The elf got picked out.
Faith in the system restored.
I'll smile and go off with them.
Bakemono's behind him and says,
Convinced
about
that
damn
my-
time those Keeblers, those Keeblers get what's coming to them.
He's still dressed in like an anachronistic Japanese fashion, even though he's about to step into London. So, like, there's just no way. He's not smuggling anything. He's weird.
Ooh, comes back a little higher, but still they come back through. They do a little search. They also ask to pat you down. So we're gonna do. You're not smuggling anything, are you?
No, I checked everything.
Excellent.
And I made sure to drink tea on the flight so I could really fit in.
You probably have to pee.
They're gonna do a pat down on you.
They're going to have to confiscate that.
Is there anything that could come out as odd when I'm doing a pat down?
No, I checked everything. International flights are a little too
Risky?
obvious to smuggle things through. I
Excellent.
don't think we were reenacting Con Air.
No, you're not.
Put the bunny back in the box.
All right, so they do a quick pat down on you, avoiding any sort of impropriety or any sort of sensitive areas, if you will, and says, "Thank you very much for your cooperation, sir. Please enjoy your stay in London." And they let
I
you
got
go.
my money's worth out of that.
Yes,
See,
you
that's
did.
why you pay a lot for a fake sin.
Yes, you did. Especially since I rolled a 3, then a 4, and then I rolled a decent pat down on top of you. All right. That lets you through. Obviously, Ren is going to set off a shit ton of cyberware scanners, but you have all the appropriate licenses and whatnot for everything, right?
For the body parts that I have on me, yes.
Exactly.
All
What
my
about the
illegal
ones that
stuff
are
is-
in the boxes that are being unloaded as we speak?
Yeah. I deliberately put all my illegal stuff in the obvious cyber arms that are currently in a box.
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, you get flagged down just because you are a walking machine, and they just want to see your sin. They will roll against yours as well. What rating sin do you have?
Double checking that. Give me 1 second.
And
It is a rating 4.
I don't believe anybody else has a crazy profile or look on them. I mean, aside from Sandcastle, but he just.
A few of us have public awareness.
That's true,
Yeah.
but that's not actually coming up.
It's a different public.
Exactly, it's a different
Oh,
public.
no, it's rating 6.
You have a 6?
Yes.
All right. See if I get 6. I do not. These dice like Jay better. Okay. I see how it is. All right. So yes, you get going. You are allowed to pass through as well with no problems or anything along those lines, and you make it out of customs. Now to get your stuff. If the flight was long, that was worse. Standing in line for an hour for the privilege of being grilled by a stoic yet exceptionally well-mannered immigration officer who asked you all sorts of questions. Why are you here? Where are you staying? Are you bringing anything into the country you shouldn't? As if that ever catches anyone out. I'm looking at Silver.
Do you have a ticket out of here?
When are you leaving?
Seriously, they ask you that in London.
Oh, yeah. Then the equally polite and stoic customs official who asked for you to step to one side so he can inspect your weapons. But you've done it. You've completed the gauntlet of passport control and customs, and as you exit the arrivals lounge, you see a dwarf holding a physical/AR sign with your names on it. Hello there. We're just waiting for the rest of your party to clear customs. If you'd like to follow the ARO to the vehicle, I'm sure you're in need of a cuppa after your flight.
Absolutely.
That's true. I'll light up a cigar and head for the car.
Please, sir, no smoking inside the airport. Once you're outside, by all means, though.
I do have the cyber laser in the arm, but that's the one that currently imposes a -4 to the scanners.
Ooh, I don't think I'd be able to do it. My scanners are only rating 5. I might be able to, but still. I'm not worried about it. All right. It doesn't take long for your teammates to filter through and join you in the large SUV. There's bottled water without RFID tags in. Yay! And some biscuits for you to enjoy as your driver whisks you out of the airport and onto the motorway. After perhaps 10 minutes...
No tea?
Well, yeah, there's tea in there too, I guess. Actually, no, you're going to be going to a tea house, if I remember correctly.
All right.
After perhaps 10 minutes, the trees that line the side of the motorway give way to a smallish field, and beyond you can see the unmistakable silhouette of Windsor Castle. Your driver turns left down the off-ramp, and soon you're on another multi-lane road over those fields as the castle gets closer and closer and closer. It's perhaps a minute until you get off this road and into Windsor proper. Windsor Castle looms ever larger as your driver weaves through the traffic and eventually pulls up outside a 5-story apartment block with a pub on the ground floor. The AR and physical signs proclaim this to be Copper House. The AR sign including a very nicely animated copper horse that rears up as you approach the door to the pub. Do you go inside?
Yeah, there's probably booze in there.
Sure.
And tea. Inside the Copper Horse is a stereotypical English pub, much like several themed bars you visited in Neo-Tokyo, except with authentic clientele. Several older human and dwarf men drinking even this early in the day, a couple of 20-something guys playing pool, and several other patrons sat at tables drinking. As you approach the bar, you notice a huge male human with bright neon pink cybernetic hands stood off to one side chatting with a redhead elf girl with a foxtail. Behind the bar is a beautiful orc girl who smiles warmly as you approach. You must be Eric's guest. He will be with you momentarily, the girl says with a disarming smile. Can I get you something to drink in the meantime?
Point of clarification, is this the foxy elven girl or the pretty orc girl?
This is the pretty orc girl. I see what you did with the foxy elven girl.
Yeah, I was wondering how the tail connected, but it's all right. I'll have a drink, please.
Appropriately at the spine.
Is there a name for this place?
Yeah, it's called the Copper Horse.
Copper Horse. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll have a drink. I'll have a stout like me and my buddy here.
Absolutely.
Chummer, whatever.
She grabs you a couple of, I think Guinness is drank over here with pride. So she grabs a couple of Guinnesses for you.
Yeah, it's either Guinness or Sam Smith.
Exactly.
Macca's and Triple Stout's good too.
The problem is that they're warm. They're not cold.
That's not a problem.
I think
gotta go with Boddington's then.
What?
That is not a problem.
We see Bakemono and Ren.
Oh yeah, everybody's there. Everybody was in the car with you.
Oh, well,
it was a crammed.
It was a very full car. Yes.
No, I know most of you, but I don't know this guy with the hat.
That would be Dillon.
I hope the guy hired an Uber XXXL to
yes.
transport, because
extra headroom.
As several of us got on board, the suspension got noticeably lower.
There had to be an additional vehicle for all of the luggage. That vehicle is pulling up about 10 minutes after you guys do. And Bakemono, your spirit reports that there has been no problems with your luggage.
Yeah, he was probably thinking to it as they were waiting in line. In fact, depending on when the flight was, he might have had to resummon it.
I believe you guys arrived here early, so and I don't remember which direction the sun and datelines travel and all that kind of stuff, or which direction they would actually fly from a Tokyo to London connector.
Probably
flight.
the polar route.
Well, yes, but I mean which direction as far as the rotation of the Earth and all that kind of stuff goes.
Probably along with the rotation.
They'd probably go north.
So heading west. Well, north and west.
All right, so basically it would be a long day for you. So it would probably spread out over the course of the... If you boarded in the morning, it would go throughout the entire day, and it basically would maintain the same exact time for you for the most part. No, that doesn't make any sense because you're not traveling at that speed. Let's just say you resummoned once.
Okay, I can make a roll. I mean, he's resting at the same time.
Exactly, so it doesn't
physical,
make any difference.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
All right.
The nice thing about a cyber body, no muscle aches and pains from sitting in one position from a long time.
Not only that, but all you have to do is hit a switch and you ignore the jet lag.
That's your brain.
Yeah, but that's drugs.
Well, sure. That doesn't take cyberware, though.
No, I mean the implant, the gland. Just hit a button and your gland starts releasing the long haul into your system.
Oof.
Anyways, all right. It feels great to finally sit down in a chair that's not moving! Exclamation point. Just as you enjoying the sensation, a human man in his 40s, dressed in 1980s punk clobber, walks over carrying a beer and sits down. Hope the trip wasn't too bad. Hold on. This dude right here. Ta-da! That's actually not as punk as I thought he was. Anyway.
What a strange way of capitalizing that.
Yeah.
It's Rick.
Yeah.
E-Rick, yes.
Hope the trip wasn't too bad, Eric says as he holds out his hand in greeting to each of you. Jet lag is a slitch. Or so I've arranged for Miss Johnson to meet you at tea time. And I've arranged digs for you around the corner. So once you finish your drinks, head over there and relax for a few hours. Be here.
You mean Windsor Castle?
He nods knowingly. Says, no, you don't get to meet the Queen just yet. Be there at 6. And he hands you a piece of paper, or a piece of AR paper, with the location of your DOS and your location of the meet.
Okay.
All right.
Time to have some jelly deals. Relax.
I hand him our bill.
Is it a Queen in Shadowrun universe?
Yes, actually, it is specified that the Queen is still in power, or Queen is still in power.
Yeah,
a Queen.
It really
a
should
queen.
be still the Queen because this is Shadowrun, and
Cyberware, exactly.
She was an elf all along.
Honestly, with her, I would probably believe that. Anyways. All right. The apartment that Eric has arranged for you is actually above you, in the building above the Copper Horse. And it's the equivalent of a low lifestyle apartment. It's
No, I'm not sure that's going to fly.
No.
Do you have creature comfort?
No.
I do.
I think it's comfy.
Is it considered middle lifestyle?
It is low lifestyle.
That's not going to work for me, buddy.
It's a small apartment with an open plan kitchenette and 3 small bedrooms where they're only just big enough for 2 small beds. In each of them, obviously. However, it is safe and secure.
No. We have to upgrade.
You can upgrade. Bakemono pushes 2 beds together and calls dibs.
Yeah, you can have this room. That's fine.
Yeah, we're walking out and going to go find a new room.
There's plenty of hotels in the area.
Well,
I
does this
think
hotel
we
have a
should
decent room?
discuss with them over an upgrade for free. A free upgrade. That seems warranted.
Yeah,
I mean, I did
hit
just-
Eric up, and it's like those accommodations are completely unacceptable. I need better.
Yeah,
the
I
flag
don't mean
coach all the way here.
I don't mean to sound like a princess like you guys have here in this fairyland, but I just did travel on a bus, like in the air, and I'm grimy and filthy, and this room is not clean, and I'm not staying here. I need a better place. I need a
Mates,
place that has a bidet.
Mates, I'm sorry, but this is what we could do on such short notice. If you're unsatisfied with the accommodations, you are free to find your own around town on your own dime. But this is what is provided for you, and this is what the Johnson has provided, or is availing to you, I should say.
Look, I ain't no face, but I'll negotiate with you, buddy, chummer.
Let me get my hammer.
All right, go for it.
So here's what I suggest, negotiation wise. You guys were planning to shell out, I don't know, was it 10 shillings or whatever units you use here. And for the room that I was going to take here, I'm not taking it. Then you knock off that equivalent amount at the nice place I'm going to stay at.
But that doesn't math-wise, because of your other friends are still staying here. So my boss is still out, or your Johnson is still out the complete number, either direction.
Oh, see, that's my point. You got a group rate, so you might as well like gotten a hostel for us or something.
We can make that arrangements if you want.
No. I got 2 successes. What you got?
If Bakemono's still there, he'll be like, I'll take an upgrade. I just don't.
Oh, let's see. This would be negotiation?
Yeah, just
Yes. All right.
Just cancel the rooms here entirely and get us
What
an
the
Airbnb
hell?
somewhere.
We'll try the upgrade. Oh, my heart's just not in it. But I beat him! All right.
That was Cowabunga rolling, not me rolling.
Use 2 NERPs and I don't even know what the job is yet.
Tie game, guy. This is the deal.
Well,
All right. Well, let's see
if you don't want to upgrade
us.
us, we'll just tack the price on to the back end.
Yeah,
We're
that's
fine
right.
with that. But there will be an extra surcharge on the back end too.
That's between you and the Johnson. I'm just telling you what I can do.
That's all right. Just add things to the ledger.
Area knowledge is intuition, right?
If it's street, then it's intuition.
All right. So, because I don't have England, it's at a -1. But I have silver mapping software.
I'm mapping software? I never knew that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see. You're a level of quality.
Looking for a new hotel, or looking for a appropriate level digs.
What level are you looking for, just out of curiosity?
At least medium.
Good. We're in the same boat.
So you can either do a matrix search for medium lifestyle equivalent hotels or whatever, or area. If you had area knowledge, London, but you could do that.
I guess I've got the silver MapSoft.
Oh, that works.
The lifestyle. So
I've got Runner.
Default London. Default area knowledge London, plus the MapSoft. Looking for the hotel. And I got one hit that.
Yeah, but I might be able to assist you. I've got bolt holes, I've got crooked lawyers, and I've got runner hangouts. Do any of those help? Crooked lawyers stay in nice hotels.
Actually, more often than not, they'll stay in their own place. But yeah. So
can I assist?
You can input your own advice on in comments into there. Yes, I'll give you an assist, but you're going to be at a -2 dice.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Actually, Basil, before you roll, since Grynner has already rolled first, you will actually be being the primary on this.
Okay.
So you're going to take. You'll be able to take his 3, depending on your knowledge skill, but then you'll also, like I said, take the -2. So technically, you'd be net 1.
What?
You're at a net +1.
Yeah.
And what do I call the skill? Appropriate digs.
It would, yeah, appropriate digs, sure.
I pull out my app.
Finding.
So
Something.
you do find between the two of you looking on the maps off and whatnot, you do find a couple of hotels that would suit your bill, but you notice there are 4 stars next to it, and it looks like it's going to be a little pricey.
That's probably fine. We probably want something close. So
they are relatively close to where the rest of your team is staying, within 2 blocks.
It's outside of most explosive range. Sounds good to me.
Sure, why not?
All right, they're going to end up costing you 700 new yen a night a piece.
For now, until we negotiate for our job. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Make sure you get the name of the place so we can tack it onto the bill.
Oh, well, I'll send you guys some selfies of me in the hot tub.
Okay. So,
Bakemono will send one back of himself in the bathtub.
Okay. We'll send one of ourselves back in the bathtub that is much larger with bubbly water from the air jets.
And sipping on bubbly, most likely.
Some poor hacker is paying attention to this conversation, being like, what the hell?
These poor schlumps aren't bothering even to protect themselves, for crying out loud. It's like, I can get through the front door already and take all their stuff while they're in the bathtub. It's not that big of a deal.
Poor MI6.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's cool about lasers is they don't make much noise.
True.
You should get a weapon personality to make it go.
You should. I actually thought about putting that in that weapon, to be honest with you. Or did I? I can't remember if I did.
Put a little note. Any hackers thinking of walking into the room while we're in the bath, go for it. I have the trumpet in the bathroom with me.
Is that some kind of weird euphemism?
Trumpet is a rocket launcher.
The vomit comet.
Yes. No, I didn't put a personality on that one. Oh well. Anyways, all right. So 6 o'clock rolls around. Ghost, this jet lag is a slitch. Flying over 9,000 kilometers overnight and traveling across 8 time zones felt so easy. Just to get through the gauntlet of the airport, sit down, and bosh. But you're paying for it now. Your eyes feel like some fragger injected sand under your eyelids, and you're going from extreme hunger to extreme tiredness and back again, like it's going out of fashion. But you've done it. You wish your alarm hadn't woken you from your dozing, but biz is biz, and that's what you're here for after all. The ARO Eric sent you says it'll take less than 5 minutes to walk to the coffee shop, but you're going through pedestrianized sections of Windsor within spitting distance of the castle, so there'll be a lot of security, both police and military. Grabbing your gear, you decide to strike while the iron's hot. Leaving the apartment, you head back down the stairs of your walkway and walk around the small estate to the center of Windsor. You're somewhat surprised to see that you blend in as the streets are stuffed with locals and foreign tourists, not an insignificant portion from your native Japan, so that's a plus. Here you can passively blend in should things go badly, which is a good thing as you see a lot of security. Normal British bobbies and the apparently armed sentries and guards around the castle. The guards stand there in their red tunics and bearskins, totally unmoving. It's easy to forget about them like one does with drones in everyday life, except these are trained soldiers and armed with assault rifles with bayonets affixed. The coffee shop is directly opposed the castle, just down the hill from McHugh's. It's a brand you've seen a lot since your arrival in the UK, but not one you're familiar with. Soysta. Who the frag are Soysta? Doesn't matter much, though. They proclaim to serve coffee and tea. And it's here, and it's where you're meeting your Miss Johnson. It's time for a good old-fashioned British cuppa.
But do they serve a better one than the plane did?
Oh, significantly better one.
Even in first class?
Even in first class.
We were probably on Frontier Air.
So we went.
Hey, at least it wasn't Spirit.
We went to one tea house, then we got different lodgings, and now we're going to McHugh's, which is another kind of.
So you were at the bar, you were at the Copper Horse, then you went up to your lodging, which is above the Copper Horse. Then you went downstairs, and about 5 minutes away, a 5-minute walk away, is the tea house that you're going to meet the Johnson at.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Do you go in and get seated?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. The line to get a drink, while appearing quite long, turned out to be blessedly short, thanks to the plethora of staff serving customers and preparing drinks. Sitting down at one of the few empty tables, you find yourself surrounded by other customers, chatting away and surveying the room. You notice that the main front door and a fire exit at the far back are the only apparent entrances and exits. All in all, not a bad place to conduct a little illicit biz. At almost dead on 6 p.m., a very pretty woman walks over carrying a metal thermal coffee mug that looks like it can hold a liter of whatever she prefers. She's dressed in corporate power pants suit, the navy blue with charcoal pinstripe, a blend of old world style and new age corporate chic, and it contrasts well with her dirty blonde hair. She looks you all over and says, "You're the contractors Eric sent?" she asks, with a warm smile on her wine-colored lips and mischievous twinkle in her baby blue eyes.
I'm noticing a lot of detail on this one.
You're noticing a lot of detail on her, yes, absolutely. She's checking you out too, checking out all your details. She's eyeing your
Bakemono
horns.
shrugs.
Her fingers are kind of twitching towards the tips of your horns a little bit, but she holds her hand back.
Weird.
Right.
As you nod in agreement, she sits down and takes a large sip of her drink before glancing around you all. As she does, you hear/feel the telltale whine of a white noise generator being turned on. "My name's Alice Barnes. I'm the hiring manager for this contract. I hope your flight wasn't too erroneous, and you're keen to get to work." Alice takes another sip before continuing. "I need something half-inched. It's currently secured in a non-publicly accessible area of a public building. It's not dangerous, but it is large and not easy to move. And potentially a little smelly." She kind of grins a little bit with that. "And I'm offering you 5,000 each to get it for me."
Does that come with a room upgrade?
That definitely has to come with a room upgrade.
What is wrong with the lodgings that we provided for you?
It is far substandard. You obviously are hiring out for good talent, for the best talent, I should say. You've flown us all the way from Japan, and you put us up at such abysmal lodgings.
You should come up to the
You
room
really
and I'll show you personally.
Obviously aren't that serious, just starting off at 5,000.
She smiles at Silver, and you feel something riding up the pant leg of your leg closest to her.
It's a rat.
It stops just shy of the middle of your calf, and just rubbing up and down playfully right there. She's not making eye contact with you at all.
So she didn't even acknowledge it, and okay. Well, verbally at least.
I agree with my colleague here.
I apologize if you feel that the lodging is not to your standards, but it is pretty standard for what we provide other runners in our employ. You have been made aware that it is your choice to find other availabilities for yourself, yes?
Oh, okay. So you've basically run out of all the runners in this country, and that's why you're coming to Japan and getting us, because nobody else likes the accommodations?
No, not that at all. We have plenty of runners in this area, but we just wanted some out-of-town talent.
No one local is capable of doing the job that you wish. So you think that you can get out-of-town talent that is better
Or willing.
and treat them the same as your lesser local talent.
No, I never said that at all. You mistake my meaning at every direction, at every turn. We are showing you good graces. Normally, we give you normally for our low tier runners that we hire, we put you into the squalor of a van down by the docks. It might have working a working engine to give you heat and air conditioning during the summer or winter, and it might actually move depending on how well we like you.
You should put those things in the boilerplate when you make the offer, so we don't waste the trip.
What an
Is it a
uncivilized
wasted
country.
trip
I should never have left the Empire.
to have a flight paid for? And I believe you had a upgrade to first class even, as she's still stroking Silver's leg.
Yes, the tea in first class wasn't the best, but it was bearable.
Yes, unfortunately, the airports are only allowed to make only have certain brands on, and also the higher altitudes and the pressures, that affects all the taste buds. It's just a strange science. Have you ever heard of that before? I can't remember exactly the name of the science, but there is a study on that.
That's called brewing.
Is it really? Seriously? I don't think
no,
so.
there's a whole thing about how to properly steep tea so you don't burn the leaves.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. But I mean, even I'm talking about the science of foods tasting different or drinks tasting different at higher altitudes or pressures or whatnot.
Yeah, because they don't get to the same temperature or density. You should see what happens to when you try and make alcohol at a high altitude. It's horrible.
Anyways, I apologize, but unfortunately there is nothing I can do. The rooms have been rented. You have already paid. The DOS has been procured for yourselves. I'm sure that if there is more business to be had, we can make better arrangements. But at the moment, there's nothing I can do. My hands are tied. I apologize.
Well, then what you can do is increase the amount of the job to make it worthwhile, so that part at least partly compensates the expense of us getting worthwhile accommodations.
You
don't fly someone 10,000 kilometers and put them up in a shack. It's just not done.
I don't even care about the shack. You don't pay them the price of the plane ticket.
Well, we paid the price of the plane ticket, and that was deducted from your pay.
No. If you had said that, I wouldn't have gotten on the plane.
Well, regardless, are you in? Since you're here, the money has already been spent. The location has already been procured for you. Are you interested or no?
Well, I'm here. I'm definitely interested. But we have to discuss this price. This is not a low caliber team. And we have international repute.
Yes, as she pulls open. Let's talk about the repute or reputation of yours. And she hits a couple buttons on her mug, and TRID projector pops up and starts broadcasting images of public awareness of a couple of you and notoriety of a couple of you that people are looking for, and so forth and such, as well
Bakemono's
as
gonna leave.
video of the
Like, he doesn't have time for this shit. He's out. Literally stands up, says, "Have a good day," and walks out.
Before you leave, would you at least like to hear the actual job?
No, you're not paying us to do the job. Why would you tell us information?
I am paying you to do the job.
No, you're not.
If
You're not paying us enough. You need to pay us for a job like this.
And instead of actually negotiating in good faith, you're bringing up some kind of negative smear information. Not helpful. I don't like your attitude, and I don't like what I've seen so far.
It looks like positive stuff to me. We're preventing a robbery at a grill in Chicago. It seems like a good thing. It's not negative publicity. It's good publicity.
Oh, no. I mean, her attitude.
So she did offer you 5,000. I understand you think it's low. Make the negotiation then.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody else is already saying it. Bakemono is just.
Are you trying to hire us or are you trying to shame us?
We're trying to hire you, but you're bringing up your high quality, and I'm referencing the, albeit reasons that we did request you and get your contact information, but at the same time, your, let's call them more flamboyant potential nature.
Somebody better make a rule, because every time she talks, Bakemono gets farther away from the table.
All right. Wow. Shit. Maybe I should have just. Yeah, I know you can't take all those dice, but still.
How many dice can I take? Is it equal to my social limit?
It's your skill ranks.
Oh.
And your specialization
9.
does count, so you can take all 8 of
7.
those.
Yeah.
You have 9 ranks, so you can take one more.
I have 7 ranks and a specialization.
Then I can't help you.
Actually, I have more dice than that.
You have more dice than what was rolled there?
Yeah, I do. I forgot to put in the rest of them. That's close enough, though.
Did you increase your limit because you have 2 hits that weren't counted?
It says social limit 9 and 9 successes.
Yes.
Or are you counting?
Yeah, but there's
but if
two
you
other.
hover over top of it, there's 2 5s that
Oh,
weren't
no.
counted because of your social limit. Did you count the increased limit from the assistant or no?
I don't know how to mechanically change.
So no.
Okay, so no, you didn't.
this
Okay.
yeah.
Also, does that factor in the limit from your clothes?
I should have been rolling
it
28
doesn't.
dice. I was only rolling.
It's not about the dice; it's about the limit.
Well, at the moment, it's about the limit. But if he's not rolling the correct amount of dice, it's about both now.
I had 4 extra dice on
All
the
right.
roll.
Roll 4
Not
dice.
counting.
And according to your sheet that I have, if you're wearing your Argentum coat and Berwick suit, you should have an additional +2 to your social limit.
Okay,
And
so
then
the
you should
limit
have
is
11.
and then +1 for my assistants.
Correct. So you should have +3 on that, so you should have a limit of 12, actually, which means your 2 hidden
Keep them all.
successes.
There's 12.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
If she ups this to like 6,000, Bakemono's still leaving.
Well, you know I'm limited to how much I can actually raise these things, right?
I mean, I didn't write the session or the scenario, rather.
I understand.
I'm mostly just trying to get us rooms paid for.
All right.
And Chris, just to let you know, we're not being dicks on purpose. Our characters were written this way, and we have a negative quality.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
It's not about being a dick. It's about responding to the attitude that the Johnson is presenting.
Actually, I
I'm in
didn't think she was
Kansas.
having an attitude with you, but anyways.
She literally brought up like footage of us to lowball us. That's being a dick.
No, that was in response to your comments. She wasn't going to bring it up.
We were doing the usual negotiation thing of talking ourselves up. And then she brings up evidence to talk us down. Nobody does that.
It's just RP. It's just RP.
I'm just saying nobody does that. So that's my response.
Absolutely, they would. But anyways,
literally nobody does that.
Anyways,
why don't we just say that it's 10,000 kilometers away? They might have different social skills there, different social set.
Sure. No, that's fine. I'm not saying it's improper. I'm saying that's why we're reacting this way.
All right. So she says, very well. I can do two things. One, because you are already here, I can do two things for you. First thing, I can do 6,000. That's my absolute max. With after getting you guys here, paying for your apparently not agreeable. What's the word I'm looking for?
Accommodations.
Accommodations. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. And the other thing I can do is, I can't do it tonight. I can't do it tomorrow. But if this job keeps on going on, I can upgrade the house to a little bit better one in order to better accommodate you. And yes, for those who went to other locations, I will accommodate those as well. I will pay for pay for your hotel stays for those 2 nights. Yes, it sounds like middle to you.
Well, I can do the job. What does everyone else think?
Acceptable.
Bakemono does not look happy about it.
Very well.
But like he'll do what the other people are doing. He's just staring at her, like giving it the stink eye the whole time.
We'll get him a crumpet.
He will eat it angrily.
All right.
I hear they go nicely with tea.
Excellent, she says. Glad we could come to an agreement. Although, potentially, egregiously. Or not, yeah. I think that's the right word I'm supposed to be using. But anyways. Alice takes another sip of her coffee as she stands up. And a data chip left on the table where her cup had been. The exact details are in there, as is a comm code to contact me once you are ready to deliver. And she gets up and leaves. All right. The details, as one of you obviously will slot that in and read the details.
Ren takes it.
All right. Any particular treatment you're going to apply to the cred stick or the data stick?
Scanning for data bombs. The usual.
Okay. There is nothing turning up.
So what do we got?
All right. The data indicates that she wants you to break into a mortuary at Bronglas General Hospital. I believe I'm saying that word right. But anyways, which is in Aberystwyth in Wales, and steal a body. Hey, I knew you were going to Wales at some point in time. If pressed, let's see. She was pressed, so she will tell you this. The body is necessary for a project she is part of. And at least that's what she's supposed to tell you. In reality, she knows no idea. He has no idea why this body is, why you guys want it, or why her bosses want it. She also in the request there is mention that the autopsy reports would be are a point of interest as well. She doesn't think that they have begun, though. The post-mortem has not begun, but if it has, she also wants that data.
They needed to bring people from Japan to break into a mortuary?
Well, they want people that aren't normally from around here. Deniable assets, if you will.
So go to France or Spain.
You guys wanted to leave town.
We'll take this job. Hey, is it the mortuary or is it a morgue?
It is both. It is at the bottom of the hospital, so it is the
morgue.
Morgue.
Yeah.
Did I say the word mortuary?
You did.
You did.
Let's see.
But then we clarified.
Yeah.
None of us are native Brits, so
Maybe mortuary and morgue be the same thing. I don't know. But yes,
I
it
think
is a morgue.
It's usually government, and the mortuaries are where they pretty up the bodies for private people.
Is there anything? What's the specifics on the body they won? Is it like a? It's not like a 300-pound orc. Is it like?
it's a troll bodybuilder.
It's an elephant.
No, the body is, if I remember correctly, and let me look it up.
We'll also want some assurance that it's not like contagious or anything like that.
She already said that.
Oh, sorry. I was eating a crumpet.
The body. The person's name is Alan Sullivan. It is a large orc with all 4 limbs replaced with obvious cybernetics and various other augmentations in the body. She says the data indicates that the body should not be very heavy, under 100 or so possible approximate kilograms. But at 2 meters tall, he is not an easy package to move around with. Probably a 2-man carrying job.
Alex Sutherland?
Sullivan. Or I'm sorry, Alan Sullivan.
Alan Sullivan.
All right. Do you just want the body, or do you want the cyber limbs as well?
Everything. The body.
There.
Totality.
Does it matter how many pieces it's in?
It's a dead body. I don't believe it's specifying.
Is she even still there?
She is not, but this is the information that you guys are asking questions about, and I'm answering that's on the data stick. That's kind of how I'm getting around this.
Do we know if they're detachable like Redens?
Does not indicate that. Does not indicate that.
Okay.
Does it have any information about the dimensions of this person?
Yes, it is 2 meters tall.
Yeah, but like
100 kilograms.
Build?
Large
6 foot.
orc.
Okay.
That's 6 foot 220.
How does a large orc with
That's
4
6'6".
cyber limbs end up being 100 kilograms?
I was wondering the same thing, but that's okay.
Maybe
They're
he's
made
got
out of
like a
plastic.
smuggler's compartment and a fake lung and stuff like that. Who knows?
He's anorexic. Don't shame.
Anyway, the important thing there is 100 kilograms.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, so basically, if we can get a sense for how big this individual is, we could scoop up some cheap duds and weekend at Bernie's this guy out.
Yeah, I mean, if it's in a hospital, you're probably right. There's probably not huge security on it, because who would want a body?
Although we're going to have to draw attention to get them to, clear the path.
And this individual was a previous, he was a Shadowrunner. He was ex-military. What?
Sounds like it. Is there a cause of death?
Does not indicate past life. I don't believe it actually says the cause of death.
Not explosion.
All right.
No.
So still with 4 cyber limbs and probable on the internal for the main body as well. The reasonable assumption is he's ex-military or a runner or both. And probably there is going to be some security on the body simply because
I'm guessing
cyberware is going to be it would be expensive to have walk off.
I'm guessing an extreme allergic reaction to lead.
Failure of the mechanical liver. So, quick onset cirrhosis.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we're in London. He had an acute allergy to tea.
So technically, the cause of death. So there is no cause of death listed at the moment, and even if you were to search online for him, because I'm assuming you're going to at some point in time, when you do, you will get that he died mysteriously, and a autopsy is yet to be performed.
Mysterious.
Well,
All right.
By
So she wants
unknown
us-
causes, let's put it that way.
He wants us to grab a 100-kilogram body. It's 2 meters tall, and then the files, if there are files.
Correct.
And does it say in the file when this has got to be done by, or do we have some time?
As soon as possible.
If we leave it too long, they're going to process the body.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm a little grumpy, a little tired, but I'm ready to do some surveillance tonight.
I'm a lot of grumpy, but at least if we do get this done fast enough, we can get it out of the way.
And get into those room upgrades.
I want to see if they have anything in the personal effects stores that we can steal to get us a decent payday.
Oh, good idea.
Interesting. Okay. So where do you want to go first? I guess you're going to the hospital, yes?
Might as well.
Anything you want to do before that?
Well, I think I'll go back to my fancy room and get my fancy weapons.
Do we have transportation?
You actually don't. You were not provided.
Man, this organization, we're going to give them a D on the Shadowrunners Yelp.
Yeah.
Good thing there's not a union, right?
I'm never going to leave the Empire again.
Now you're talking.
I hear they have good public trans, but I don't like the idea of moving a body on public trans. Someone might want to, rent a van.
Although, we could still do the Winky and Bernie's thing.
Are we talking like
Depends
a
on the
boat
cause of
or
death.
what?
Huh?
Talking the boat ride on Weekend at Bernie's, or are you talking the whole thing?
I'm talking dress him up and then just to act like he's drunk.
Yeah, totally think you should do.
Better yet,
Anybody have puppeteer for a spell?
You.
No. If you know how to do it, just put a couple of sigils on him and put your summoned spirit into the body. Let the spirit walk him out.
Possession traditions. Ew.
Yeah, if that's actually suggested, Bakemono looks at Nautit with horror.
That's actually, I really like that idea, but at the same time, you can't do it. Possession traditions aren't allowed.
Let's go find a Shadim and convince them to help us.
They would probably gladly jump into this body.
You mean I can have it? Okay.
Exactly.
All right, so we got to buy some new clothes for this geezer, and then anything else, or can we just go ahead and go?
We need a vehicle.
Yeah, transportation is probably more useful, especially if we plan on spending more time here. But it's just an option. Besides, if we don't have to take him on the bus, then we could just use hospital gowns once we get there. So, how are we going to go about finding transportation, apart from just like breaking a window?
This hospital is pretty close by here.
The hospital is
London,
not close by here at all.
Yeah, we're in London. It's in Wales.
Correct.
Oh, it's in Wales. Okay.
I have a idea.
Yes.
Do the quick calculation to find out what the time difference is. Figuring that it is probably nighttime, it might be a little late there. Send a message off to Yuriko, apologizing for the late hour, but that we are in London for a job, and we're wondering if she could get. We're needing to acquire a vehicle, and we're wondering if she might provide an introduction to the local Yakuza.
Ooh. Out of the box thinking. Roll me a negotiation. You can put her loyalty in there if you want. Which, why wouldn't you?
Of course.
Oh, Yoriko. What is her? Of course, it's not in here. I have the Chicago characters. I don't have any of the Neo Tokyo characters in here. Let's bring them over real quick. Hold on a second.
This is potentially a game-changing bit, so I will edge that.
So yeah, which Gumi is here?
The Gumi of Gumi all your money. Ha ha! No, I'm kidding. That was bad. Even for me, for crying out loud.
All right, so 11 total.
Yoriko, where is Yoriko? There she is. Yoriko. All right. Let's see. That and influence. Okay, that and that. That's not great, but it's all right. Oh, she is vindictive. Sweet. I forgot about that.
Oh, Yoriko?
Yes, but she likes us.
Yeah, Yoriko has some sweet augments.
She's a bro.
Yoriko likes it
Figurative.
because we're often the tools of her vengeance.
Exactly.
Harry to do it. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second. Wife aggro. Okay, I'm back. Damn, she rolled nothing. Okay. So she is, does that mean, wait, did you do negotiation or leadership, or why did you roll leadership?
I don't know, but it ended up being, it was supposed to be an edge, but yeah, so that was actually one less dice. The leadership pool is one less die than negotiation, but
Yeah, but that
was
doesn't make
that
you,
second roll was an edging the first roll.
going to disagree because your dice pool was not less than, I don't think that's right. Might be.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
You
I
actually,
think,
your dice pool was one lower than it should have been, so you gave away one.
oh, well, that's nice of him.
18 minus 12 would have been 6, so
She sleepily answers the phone, or answers the comm code or call, and talks to you for a few minutes before she realizes who you are, and says, "You want an introduction for what?"
We are currently on a job in London, England. We're needing to get up to Dublin for the job, and we need to acquire transportation. Current Johnson is, well, they paid for our flights to England, but they did not provide transportation, and we need to acquire a vehicle. I was hoping that you might be able to provide an introduction to the local Yakuza so that we could acquire a vehicle outside of standard channels.
She kind of perks up once you start talking a little bit more about details this time around, and she says, "Yes, the Gumi over there, I have not had any direct activity with or anything along those lines. However, I do know somebody who can. Would you like me? You have him as a contact also. Would you like me to be the middle woman, or would you like to contact him directly?"
Did she just say it's someone we know?
Yeah.
that's what I heard.
She just tell us who it is then.
Well, she's asking if you want her to do the job first and get back to you, or if you want to actually do it. And then she'll give you the information. Tetsuya would be the person I would talk to.
Okay. That information is greatly appreciated. Thank you, and I owe you a favor.
Don't worry, I'll call on it at some point in time. And she hangs up and goes back to sleep.
So we call Tetsuya.
Ome!
Hey, Ome. We need, I'm calling, unfortunately, because I need a small favor.
Yes.
We are currently on a job in London, and this is going to have us driving around their island, and it is an unfortunate oversight of our Johnson. While they paid for our transportation to England, they did not provide us with transportation.
Did Eric screw you over?
See, Sakai knows he knows what's up.
I do not believe he did his due diligence. No.
That's terrible.
When I was at,
I gave him your names and told him that you were the best. Well, except for that Dillon guy. I've never worked with him, but at the same time, he was high up on my list at least. But the rest of you, top notch. I was hoping he would treat you with respect. At least tell me that the job is paying well.
Nope.
well, we have a free trip to England. They have provided
And we're ready to leave.
some manner of lodgings, and well, if the transportation and lodging weren't involved, the pay would be okay. But one thing they did not is provide us with a vehicle. So
Yes,
I was hoping
transportation.
that you might provide us with an introduction to the local gumi, so that we might acquire a vehicle outside of normal channels.
I can do that. In fact, I can just call in a favor on my side since you all have done me a solid in the past. I will have them just drop one off at your doorstep. Just give me your address.
Here you are.
They still drive on the wrong side of the street.
Yes, they do.
It's okay. Just use Grid Guide.
I don't drive, so it's not my problem.
Luckily, the pilot program will drive for you if necessary.
I'll drive.
All right. So yes, he asks a few questions and gets your information, all that kind of stuff. And he says, "I'll have somebody contact you shortly and tell you when it will be there. Do pick up when you get an unregistered call coming to your direction."
Absolutely.
And there might be a catch to the vehicle, but it shouldn't be a big one. So just when you're done, let me know how everything went, and I will have a talk with Eric.
Certainly. This is greatly appreciated.
And he hangs up.
Woohoo!
Oh, who left? he got so excited he disconnected.
Heck.
You got so excited you disconnected yourself. That's hilarious.
Nicely done. All right. Well, we're mobile, so that's good. And was somebody going to do Matrix stuff, or did we already do that?
Has not done any Matrix stuff yet. And you do get a Rover 2072 pulling up to your house within an hour after the phone call.
Well, we look it over for the catches.
You look it over for the catches, and the interior has a couple of blood stains. The muffler, the back doors have a couple. They don't close all the way. And there's a note, an actual handwritten note on the speedometer or the indicators and whatnot. Since it drove here by itself, that the indicators don't work, the speedometer doesn't work, the RPM gauge doesn't work, the brakes are a little bit squishy, the suspension's a little weak, and the list just goes on and on and on.
It's like a chain of sticky notes.
You keep on unfolding the list, and it keeps on getting longer and longer and longer.
It's written on the back of a CVS receipt.
Pretty much. And at the very end of it, it says it was also used in a drive-by a few months ago. Make sure you dispose of it when you're done.
Oh boy. Yeah, after reading that, we're going to take a quick look and see if the does it have just standard effectively license plates or reg plates.
It doesn't have any vanity plates, if that's what you're asking.
No, I was going to see if it has morphing, and if it doesn't have morphing, I'm going to alter it.
No, it does have morphing. So they actually did you a solid and did give you that in the vehicle. And it does actually run a heck of a lot better than it looks.
Cool. All right. Just as long as you don't have to worry about getting flagged immediately.
All right.
So basically, as you're driving it, and if you look it up in the book, treat every attribute as one lower than what it actually is.
Yep. Not that we should need that, hopefully.
Considering that the Range Rover is a premium vehicle, one less still makes it better than a Toyota.
So can I do some web searching?
Absolutely.
Or do some like matrix searching on the target building, on like what it's shaped like, layout, and if it matters, I've got a knowledge in security systems.
Sure, absolutely.
Can I help you with that? I've got it as well.
Yeah, would you mind?
I've got security design. Does that work?
I'm more looking for the getting the blueprints down so we can interpret it together.
There's three hits for you.
Yeah, but you still don't have anything to analyze. First thing is you got to find the details.
Meanwhile, I'll look up for information on our target. The person himself.
So one matrix search is being done on the target, and then there was another one going to be done on the site.
Location, correct? That's what I understood.
Okay. Yep, sounds good.
All right, go ahead and roll them. And Ren, you were doing the location?
The person.
Person, okay.
I will NERPS that.
Excellent.
And are we rolling there right now, or are we doing the search before we leave?
So you have a 4.5 hour drive, so you tell me.
What time of day is it?
6 o'clock.
Six. Yeah, we met at 6 o'clock. So,
And let's call it actually about 8 o'clock by the time you get back in and make the phone call and get the vehicle. Let's call it 8 o'clock.
Okay, evening.
Correct.
So, I mean, I would think it reasonable to go there just to be on site and see it, and then come back and plan and come another time to actually do the thing. So like, we don't have to go tonight, but like maybe we should go tomorrow. But we can get our thoughts together tonight for what we can, see off the web or off the matrix.
Okay, so
anyone jonesing for like a 4.5 hour drive, like right now in this broke down thing?
Well, the main consideration is the longer we wait, the more likely it is that our quarry will go somewhere else or get processed entirely, or that our wheels will get spotted and we won't have them anymore. So less time spent idle is probably better in the long term, but if it's a few hours difference, it probably doesn't make that big of a difference.
I mean, this is an extraction of a non-resistant person. It's a milk run. Yep. We can just do it now. Let's just do it.
You said the word.
I'd rather get there and make a decision there.
I mean,
something happens while we're here.
In the car or in the vehicle as we go.
If we're driving there, we can do that right now. I'm just saying, like, if we're driving there and then we decide to drive back, we're driving across the country twice.
But it's a tiny country.
That's true, but
if it's
I'm just saying, in principle,
it's looking like 4.5 hours to drive, maybe, unless I don't know if it's a specific city or whatever, but plus from London.
Yeah, from London to Wales.
I mean, nobody has to drive. We can just all relax in the van and sleep or do research.
Okay.
Yeah, this matters for Bakemono only because that if we're doing it during a night or day time, then that's fine. He'll do a summoning. But if we're doing it like across a day-night boundary, things could get complicated.
Sounds like we should be there around midnight, so that'd give us, 6 hours or something?
Yeah, so if we're rolling out now, then great. He'll do a summoning.
Okay. Ren, as you're rolling down the road, the information you come back on Aaron Sullivan is very minimal, surprisingly. You were trying to do a little bit of a deep dive onto him or whatnot, and you didn't really come up with much of anything aside from that he's a large orc, and that he was originally that he was employed by a Transys Neuronet. And that's pretty much it.
No, like, criminal record or anything else like that?
No criminal record or anything like that, no. It does look like... let's see, you only have 3 6s. No, that's all you get.
And that was 4 successes, not 3.
Oh, 4? Oh, I didn't see the NERPs, sorry. With 4 successes, you do get the feeling that somebody has scrubbed a lot of information from this guy. Because you're not seeing anything from anything on any of the social medias. You don't see anything on yeah. You're not even seeing a school history of this guy.
He dropped out?
Well, he might not have a sin.
That's probably more realistic, yeah.
Well, like I said, he was an employee of Transys Neuronet, so he had a corporate sin.
Yeah,
Well, if he can get a job without an education, maybe they'll hire me.
His data trail's too clean.
All right. Is Dillon, are you going to be doing some searching on the location?
Yeah, I want to search on like whatever I can find about building schematics or anything about location.
So basic information about the hospital
too.
Oh, okay. You want staffing, maybe, possibly. All right. Maybe.
Yeah, so like if we know who works in the building, like in the relevant department, sometimes they'll have staff information on websites. I mean, probably more not so much as average, but.
Oh no, definitely. Yeah, find out morgue attendance because,
if possible. But yeah, all right. Go ahead and roll a matrix search.
If there's any photos of their uniforms, that may be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, that might be more from news articles or something. But okay,
the website, the matrix site should have pictures of their staff.
Okay, right. Possible. So how do I roll that?
So you'll do a computer plus intuition check for a matrix search. If you're running hot sim, which means you're slumping over and your mind is taking over and you're diving into the matrix, you're getting a +2 dice bonus on that. If you're going to run silent during that check, which means it's going to make it harder for people to find you and hack you, you'll take a -2 dice pool to that check. Usually people will run hot sim and run silent, and that just basically negates each other and allows them to roll their flat intuition and computer rating dice pool. There are other things that could potentially add to that, but I don't have your character sheet in front of me, so I really don't know even what to look for.
I am not good at this stuff. I think if there's anyone who has actually a computer skill, might be better to have them do it.
I thought you were... that character was a hacker.
This is a covert ops.
Oh. Okay.
Well, Ren can hack, and unless you're doing deep dives like T6s, then you should have plenty of time over the drive.
Yep.
I can assist.
Yeah, so if you want to do another one, Ren want to do another one, by all means, go for it.
Can I assist?
Sure.
This is matrix perception or computer?
It's a matrix search, so it's computer still. Yeah.
Computer intuition.
Or intuition or computer logic?
Computer intuition. Ew.
That just
Well,
means he can't take any more, is all.
I mean,
Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. All right, got 5 successes on a search for the location. All right, the Bronglass General Hospital is the location you're going to. It serves a significant portion of the British National Health Service. Sorry, a significant portion of people, as the British National Health Service guarantees health care to all. Basically, it's the equivalent of Dockwagon Gold for everybody. Without having to pay for it, no less. And this is the major medical center for this part of Wales. Let's see. I believe it's a 4 or 5 story building. The main building is, at least. But the hospital proper is a large campus with many buildings, some only a few floors, and some is 10 floors plus high. The particular building that you're looking for, the mortuary, it's a small 2-story outbuilding connected to the main hospital by a covered walkway. As far as the top-down satellite images that you're finding, as well as first-hand accounts of walking into it. Let's see. There are multiple helipads for there's one air helipad for air ambulance and coast guards and RAF rescue helicopters on the roof of the 10-story building. It's also rated for VTOLs, so it can even do higher-end vehicles if necessary, if needed be. Let's see, security with 5 successes. Yes, security comes as you're looking at the Matrix site. It's coming across as provided by Minuteman Security. They are I believe they're a single A corporation specifically for Britain, Wales, England, all that area.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, from a colonial point of view.
Right.
I know, exactly. It's kind of funny. But, let's see. The data that you get with 5 successes on, as far as they're providing by, is that they're primarily focused on in-person, and they stress the word person, patrolling and whatnot. So, and by that you read a couple of comments about, yeah, I've never seen any drones on the property, and I'd never seen a spirit or anything along those lines either. Some of the awakened people have mentioned that in the comments about the hospital as you're perusing the Matrix profile. Let's see.
Can you repeat that one?
What part?
You said something about the spirits.
Oh,
no drones, no spirits seen on property.
Yep. The location has very little, if any, drones on property that are used by the security system security provider, as well as little, if any, spirit presence or magical presence.
Okay. Huh.
Okay. Let's see. What else with 5 successes would you get? You do get a picture. You specifically, I'm assuming, looking towards the morgue and the mortuary portion. They do have a page with the head mortician, and I believe still it's a coroner over there as well. So they have, from what it looks like, is they have both mortuary services and coroner services on site. And they do have both of those people listed there on the pages with pictures in their doctor's outfits or their jackets, all that kind of stuff. The dates on the photos, however, are from 20 years ago.
That is an old photo.
Either that or the website just hasn't been updated.
Both?
Same difference.
I used to work in this one place that had like this big hallway, and they had all these awards and said, you know, this is like 2015, and walking through this hallway that all the awards said, best place to work in 2007. It like just was compelling.
Never take those signs down.
Yeah. It doesn't speak very well for you if you don't have any more of those reviews further on past the year that was said. Anyways. And that's all the information that you get. Unless you want to do a dive specifically on something that I mentioned.
I'd like to get into like specific staff, like how many of them there are, and what the which type of staff would be admitted in areas that we need to get to.
I don't believe that exact information is going to be available on a Matrix site. You'd have to probably hack the server or something along those lines. Or if you have knowledges that would be relevant to that, by all means.
Okay. Okay, I'll think on that while you guys are doing the next things.
All right.
All right, so what else were we looking for? Did we already finish all the Matrixy stuff, or do we need...
No, I think we're caught up. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Get there and sort of watch the patterns of how everybody behaves around there, like...
So you haven't arrived yet. So if you're trying to get perception and view everything going on, not two things you have to keep in mind. One, it's going to be midnight by the time you get there. So it's going to be different from day to day, from night to day. And two, you're not there yet, so I won't not telling you anything.
Sure. That's fine. But I think, unless somebody has another idea, and we do have time to surveil this if we want to, but it usually makes sense to do a heist at night just because there's less people around. But yeah, if we're not doing anything else that is remote, we could probably fast forward to it.
I got nothing.
Maybe if we can tell who key people in the morgue are, get a couple of the names of like whoever the chief is or whatever. Maybe do a little bit of background search on them.
I can send Skywatch up ahead. Probably get there an hour early before we will.
Okay.
My Skydrone.
X2, I'm assuming.
It's what?
It's a Optic X2, I'm assuming?
No, it's actually the Lone Star Secure Sector.
Oh, okay.
It's just got better speed than this truck.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a jet drone, so they're fast.
All right, that's not a problem. You want to roll the pilot, or you want to do it itself and fly out there?
I upgraded the pilot, so I'll let it run.
No,
I just wanted to send back aerial surveillance.
Go ahead and do the pilot roll for it. It's going to need basically a 1 to make it there with no problems. Anybody else doing anything on the drive up?
Yeah, once I've finished helping Tadeo Ren with that stuff, I will go. I'll go sleep some.
Excellent. Nappy nap time.
Let's see. I will make a simple, based on composite images pulled from, the local. We're going to be in Dublin, so might as well make it Irish.
Well, what? We're not going to Dublin. We're not going to Ireland.
We're going to Wales.
Okay, Wales. Sorry. Well, okay. For the Wales area.
Can we stop by Ireland afterwards? I want to compare the whiskey to the bourbon.
Total opposite direction, but sure.
Okay. Going to Wales, I will make I will start doing the body morph to get myself into appropriate disguise.
All right. All right, heading west in the early morning is always a pleasant experience, although these British motorways are the epitome of boring. And you've got to endure how many more hours of this? As you pass the 2-hour mark, you cross a very large suspension bridge before a sign proclaims, "Welcome to Wales." What the frag is a Wales, anyways? Eventually, after a 4.5-hour drive, you arrive in Aberystwyth, one of the largest towns on the west coast of Wales. It's a typical town, and aside from the ethnicity of the people on the streets and languages used for road and building signs, British English and Welsh in all cases. This could pass for some of the nicer and less crowded parts of Neo-Tokyo. The hospital is well signposted, and as you get close, you notice the large buildings and well-lit areas between them. This might not be a walk in the park.
Somebody said milk run.
Yeah. I'm not proved wrong yet.
You have some scrubs to wear? Should fit right in.
Well, my armor can simulate that in AR.
I don't want no scripts.
And that will probably give my disguise away right there.
Or it could mean you're wealthy.
Either one.
That's true. All right, so
if no one's got a better idea, I'm just going to wander in there as a lone Minotaur and walk around.
Okay, yeah.
You should trip and skin your elbow on the way in. Be like, help.
Yeah, I could do that. I could, but I'm just kind of saying I don't fit in that well. I might be conspicuous.
Oh, and
Bakemono's like, yep.
let me adjust my outfit both for fit and for local fashion.
Nautit, you're going to be our eyes.
Yeah.
So one of the things I've always wanted to do is like wheel someone in on a gurney as though they're a cadaver. Anyone happy with that kind of thought?
Well, we're a little premature in that. We still don't know anything about this place in terms of its layout and procedures. Yeah. But maybe. Like, Bakemono's not going to be able to sneak in there as a average Joe. He's bright red and large. So that might be the way, apart from just being totally invisible.
Oh, and speaking of that stuff, maybe Nautit, you could take a look around in the astrals, confirm what we've been told. Because even though security doesn't use no spirits, maybe maybe the hospital does or something.
Oh yeah.
So it sounds like we're gonna. Those of us who are staying outside could perhaps do some external surveillance, and those who are going inside could get a look around.
Sure.
Cool.
I'll take a look at their post.
All right.
How big is the campus, by the way?
Let's. I think the appropriate thing to do is start with perceptions. Yes.
Sure, but part of that is how big is it? Because like we're going to have to be a certain distance away, right?
Certain distance away for what?
To not be super conspicuous, driving up in a van at midnight.
There's traffic on the roads around UL at the moment, and there's people pulling in and out of the hospital. Like I said, it's
so there's not really a campus. It's like in the middle of a city.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely a campus hospital, but it is in the middle of a city, yes. It's not like in the middle of a field somewhere.
Okay, basically, we could drive around it and be basically
absolutely.
right next to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not like this country would like automatically give established runners who visit it like low quality rooms or anything.
It's not like a country that had a globe spanning empire would have lots and lots of open space, would it?
But this is a pretty small town, though, right?
It is a small town, yes. I mean, I don't want to call it a one light town, but it's probably a 10 light town or something along those lines. You got 2 or 3 main roads going into and out of, and the hospital is absolutely the center of the town.
Cool, but we can drive around it, so that's kind of the important part.
Yeah. And it's not uncommon to see, even as you guys are driving around, cars pulling into and out of the parking lots and whatnot around the hospital. It looks like it is busy 24/7. And obviously, busy is a relative term depending on times. But anyways,
that's a good point. We can make it busier.
You very well could.
Yikes.
All right.
Hey, let's add to that highlight reel that the lady was talking about before.
Okay, so Cowabunga for perception, Nautits for perception. We had a sensing roll with a 1. I'm hoping... Okay, yeah.
Hold up, there's another one incoming.
Okay. So we have a 6, 6, 3, 4, 5,
Not
5
amazing,
for regular perceptions. All right. So yeah, you're looking around regular perception. You're seeing you got a big parking lot. It is a 3-story parking garage that you can pull into. There is multiple different buildings around here. There does look like there's an administration building. There looks like the hospital proper. There's an emergency room wing off the one side. It looks like there's probably 3 other smaller 1 to 2 story buildings on the property as well they look like multi-office specialists and whatnot. They have their practices in there. You see some neurological places and some podiatric places, and you got the gynecological services over here and blah 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 blah. So but the biggest building, like I said, is absolutely the hospital proper, and off the side of that is the emergency room area. And again, the place is very well lit. There's probably every 10 minutes either a car coming or going. So in the course of 20 minutes, there's somebody is coming and going in the hospital into the parking lot area at the moment. The property is very well lit. Like I said, there are walking paths between all buildings. There is a nice open green space in the middle with a garden to peruse. There is, let's see, what else would there be? There's a chapel for its own, and yeah, and in the back, the northeast corner of the hospital, you do see the signs for the mortuary. It is a 2-story outbuilding. Again, like I said, you can definitely see the connection to the main hospital at this point, with a covered walkway lined with planters. Looks like some brightly colored flowers in there. You have obviously the door right there, the personnel door for transferring between the hospital and whatnot. And you also see a cargo / delivery / hearse pull up area as well on the other side of the building. It looks like you pull a vehicle into the mortuary to load up. Because there's no vehicles. It does look like the garage door. It's a large rolling door that can come up and it can pull completely in. As far as patrols go, because I know that's probably going to be another question that you guys ask, you see a grand total of 4 security guards patrolling outside over this, probably equivalent to 4 to 5 city block area that this hospital is sprawling over. So it's very, very low patrol. That they're sensing. You see nothing on the astral aside from things you expect to see. No spirits, no magical protections or anything like that. At least nothing like that you guys would have to worry about. Let's put it that way. Standard wards and whatnot would be in place.
What do you mean by standard wards? There's no such thing.
Yeah. Security wards for preventing people from coming and going as they please into secure locations.
So inside the building, you're talking.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for Nautit then.
Correct.
Okay, because the spirit is just going outside, looking around.
Okay. Sorry. I did not catch that part. I was assuming you rolled it. I apologize.
Around the hospital.
But anyways, yes, the spirit is not noticing anything out of the ordinary, nor is it being accosted by any spirits or seeing any spirits.
Okay. Does it get any sense for the emotional landscape in this region? Like, is it pretty much what you'd expect from a hospital, a little highs and a little lows, or is there some kind of icky, nasty science experimenty stuff going on?
Nope. Pretty much what you expect, highs and lows.
Okay.
The church is a high location for religious and prayer and all that kind of stuff. The morgue obviously has a bunch of sadness. Hospital is ups and downs.
Okay. And the only other question I had real quick, what about the buildings around the hospital? Are they mostly residential, commercial, mixture?
So you're talking about across the street, you're not talking about on campus, correct?
Yeah, around the hospital.
So again, like I said, the place is basically built up around the hospital itself. So for the most part, there are it is businesses and whatnot that would be downtown restaurants, things catering to the employees of the hospital, and people going to the hospital. There's a couple of hotels in the area right around the hospital. You're not seeing residentials until you get about 2 blocks out. There might be some short-term Airbnb style things above restaurants or above bars or something along those lines that are downtown if you wanted to find that kind of sort of thing, but you don't notice them, obviously. At least they're not obviously advertised, let's put it that way.
Okay, so you'd say, if we were to use the SimCity terminology, that this hospital is in the middle of a commercial district.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let's see. Matrix-wise. There is a host. I just cannot find the information on the host. That's really funny. Okay. Well, the host is the host is there.
It has the most.
It is the host with the most. Exactly. Have a point of nerps.
Yay!
All right. I'm assuming you want the rating of the host.
That would be helpful, yeah.
Well, I am going to say nothing on here. Ooh. No. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. Seriously, dude, you didn't put anything in here about the host? Okay, fine. We're going to call it a rating 6. Because it's not listed.
Okay, doable, but not easy.
There is a public-facing side of the host as well. And it does offer you a mark when you start looking at it matrix-wise.
Do they have any transport? You said there was a place for hearses or whatever to pull up.
Correct.
Are there some hospital vehicles there that would be like similar to that?
So basically, they would use an ambulance or something along those lines for transferring bodies between hospitals or other locations, other morgues, or funeral parlors or whatever you want to call them in different cities. So they would just use one of the hospital vehicles.
Okay, so are there any unused or unoccupied dormant vehicles around with that hospital look and feel?
Roll me edge. Just roll your edge rating.
Okay. 2, 5.
Yes, there are 3 vehicles in particular that have the hospital feel. One is an ambulance. One is a hospital security vehicle, like a little go-kart for transferring between buildings and whatnot across campus. And the other looks like a panel van that has the hospital logo on it. Looks like it used to transport supplies or something along those lines.
Okay. Well, that's a potential resource we could use. All right, good. And in terms of activity around the morgue building, do we see any kind of activity
at midnight?
No.
Midnight, no. There's a couple security lights on. You can actually drive basically right next to it as you're coming down one of the side streets. And there are no lights on except for a couple of security lights in the entryway and 1 or 2 in the main lobby. Excuse me, sorry. Coughing fit. And there are no cars parked in the immediate parking lot right next to it.
Okay. So I'm wondering if there's a way of testing their security, or if we should, I don't know, or maybe just watch for a day to see what the activity is like as the day comes and goes, and might be left.
That's certainly an option. We could also is Nautit doing a walkthrough tonight?
Yes.
Well, let's wait for Nautit's report, because there might be nobody on duty, in which case we just walk in and do it right now. But I'm going to assume it's more robust than that.
Oh, and then, as he does his walkthrough, if we could get an idea of what the shape of the passageways between buildings and what floors are on, that kind of thing.
Sure. It sounds like Nautit is up to do some perceiving indoors, unless somebody else is going to join him.
Nautit is it.
Nautit is it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just circle around the outside and get external perception.
Okay.
Yeah, one other thing I would probably ask about the outside while Nautit is, doing rolls or emotes and whatnot. Do we have any visibility on a local police station or anything like that?
You do not.
Interesting. Also, do we see anything that is branded with I don't know, Neonet or anything like that?
I mean, matrix-wise, you're going to see the giant hosts floating over top of everything. But as far as the corporate branded stuff in the vicinity,
not like a local HQ or anything.
No. This is way too small for that.
Cool.
Transys Neuronet is not the same as Neonet, right?
Correct.
They were devoured by it.
They are not the same, but similar.
And then spat back out when it exploded.
Gross.
Just for cover story, walking in, one of you give me a quick search for names for any for like recent accident victims within the last day or so.
Just like a news search kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do we need to roll dice for that, or can we just like look at our comm link and be like, "Hey, news, let's go to local"?
I
accident.
already told you that the only information that you found about if you're talking about, I'm sorry, you're not referring to Alan, right? You're talking about
No, this is
just anybody.
general.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, you can do a quick peruse of the local obituaries and whatnot, and it comes back with in the last 2 days in this particular area there has been no deaths.
Yeah, not even about deaths, just accident reports. Like,
Yeah,
there was an
accident
awful
reports.
collision.
Accident report. Somebody brought into it. Somebody's brought into the ER. Probably is going to be in ICU due to the nature of their injuries for a little while.
Yeah, presumably Nautit is looking for cover info.
Exactly.
I gotcha. Roll me edge.
Who?
Grynner, not it.
Do we?
He's the one looking. No. Strangely enough, it's been very safe the last few weeks, and even, which is really strange. There hasn't been even anything as much of a broken bone from a little kid jumping out of a tree.
Damn. All right.
Damn, no injured children.
Except for this dead orc, apparently.
Yeah, the only one you've come up with is the dead orc that was brought in.
Shit. Okay, well,
That just makes his death extra suspicious.
Exactly. What was the matrix search for, Ren?
I thought I was going to need to look around the news.
Oh no, you're good.
okay. Yeah, I'll walk on in. If I'm approached, I'll say that I'm looking for a friend of mine who was admitted a few days ago, Jane Miller.
Okay. All right.
And-
so you walk into the hospital proper?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk in and you get the main lobby and the waiting room, and there's actually a tea shop right there as well. So there's a little cafe that's actually open 24 hours. You can get snacks and all that kind of stuff. You don't see too many people in the lobby at the moment. There's a couple, but not many. There's nobody sitting behind the desk at the moment for customer service or whatever that's actually termed for, hospice care or whatever you want to call it. And you're basically given the full run of the place for the most part. You can't get in through locked doors or anything along those lines, but I always call a hospital a hotel for some odd reason. I mean, it's an expensive hotel. The elevators and the staircases are open for you to travel up and down whenever, if you wish, and go from there. Yeah. What do you want to do?
All right. I'm looking for like a floor direct. Things I'm looking for: a floor directory, a general, a general map of you're looking for this place. Here's how the basic hospital layout is.
Easily given if you log into the matrix, into the server.
Okay.
And it's offering you a mark if you want it. Or access, I should say, whatever you want to call it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take the basic. I'll log in for the basic map.
Okay.
Get the information. Get the basic map. Floor layouts, what have you. And
so that's just public spaces, right? What it shows there.
Yeah, it's not giving details on locations or who's in what location or who positions of people or anything like that. It will say that like in the outbuildings and whatnot. So and so's doctor's office is over here. As far as this is his operating practice area. So and so's over here. This is over here. This is over here. That kind of sort of thing. It'll identify all the buildings and whatnot in the area.
Oncology is over here. Palliative care is over there.
Exactly.
This, that, and the other. Yeah.
And you're figuring out very quickly, if you click on one of the people's names or the locations that you're looking for, it immediately opens up a waypoint walking path for you to direct you there as quick as possible. It also has a searchable directory for doctors or locations if you wish to do that. It does indicate that ER is obviously on floor 1. Surgery is on 1, 4, and 7. And then there's also subfloors and basements and all that kind of stuff that are different things, mostly mechanical and whatnot. The kitchen is down there as well, but the cafeteria is on 1 and 5. As well as you got patient care, the various different categories of patient care all spread out throughout the hospital. You got offices on different floors also, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Is the morgue included in the general list of various
absolutely
departments? Listing of personnel for the morgue and for the different departments.
It lists the mortician and the coroner, and that is it.
Okay. Does this include pictures?
Again, it has the 20-year-old pictures.
20-year-old pictures. Okay. I
wonder if we can AI up their appearance and imitate them.
Is the morgue considered a security area?
No.
Okay. I take it the basic public accessible areas for pretty much any department is not considered a security area.
Correct.
Okay.
There is actually a indicated viewing / reception / consultation area in the mortuary building, and that is public.
Okay. I'll wander by the ICU area.
Yes.
Do a quick little perception and a sensing of the area, like I'm looking for a particular patient.
All right. All right. So yeah, you walk up into the ICU. In a standard hospital, the ICU proper will not be accessible. At least not by a person without a guided nurse or anything like that. But you can go over towards the ICU area and see the reception desk if you wish, and then go from there. Okay, so you walk over there. It's easily found. What's the idea? What was the sensing for?
The sensing is just in general, just kind of looking for rewards, barriers, leading into or around the area, looking for spirits in the area.
So you're not noticing any spirits at all. There's no, and even inside, there's not much, if any, protections on the inside. You're not seeing anything in any of the publicly accessible areas, at least, that you have currently got to.
Okay. I take it there is a receptionist here, for folks coming to visit people in the ICU.
There is not one at the desk currently, but there is a note that says ring bell if needed.
Okay, I'll ring the bell.
A minute or so later, a cute dwarven lady walks up, and she looks maybe 40s, something along those lines. A little pudgy, but that's normal for a dwarf. She comes up and looks at you and says, "You're a male at this point in time, right?"
Correct.
Okay. How can I help you, sir?
Yes. I've been out of town for business, and I just got back. I found out that my niece was in an accident a few days ago.
I'm so sorry to hear about that.
I've been trying to locate her. Her name's Jane Miller.
Jane Miller. She pulls up and does a couple typies on her computer. Jane Miller. I'm sorry I don't have any Jane Millers here, sir.
Okay.
I can try a broader search and see if I can locate her in any other local facilities.
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, one second. Any other personal pertinent data that I can have about her? Date of birth, home address, etc., that can help narrow down the search?
She's like 24. She's from Londonderry, or she lives in Londonderry.
Okay. Typing away, searching. She says, she comes across and says, okay, do you happen to know her exact birth date by chance? And this seems more of a test question than a rhetorical question. Roll me edge, effectively.
Okay. Three hits.
With 3 hits, yes. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to say, sir, but she does not seem to be in this hotel. I almost did it again. Hospital. She's not in this hospital, but she is about 3 hours away in England proper, and she rattles off a name of a city in the almost did it again, the hospital, and says, I can give you the phone number for the room if you wish.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, not a problem. And she writes, she actually pulls out a piece of AR paper and holds it up to the terminal and transfers it over and gets the hospital information as well as her room number and that kind of stuff on it and hands it over to you. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir?
No, thank you. That would be it.
You have a splendid night, and I hope you are able to get back in touch with your niece. I hope she's doing all right. She looks like she was checked in for multiple broken bones from a biking injury, from what I can tell.
Yes, my brother told me as much. He didn't. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get a hold of him since I've returned to town, so I wasn't sure exactly which hospital she ended up at.
That's understandable. She was just checked in earlier today, so I'm sure the all the information with the doctor, meetings with the doctors, and the treatments and all that kind of stuff that they're starting her on for her limb loss is probably trying on the family.
All right, thank you very much. I turn around and I walk away. When I'm around a corner, I will delete all marks off of my comlink. Well, except for my teams, of course. And okay. I will walk towards the public access area for the morgue. Again, looking just to see who's there, and doing an astral sweep for spirits or wards leading deeper into the morgue.
Okay. So yeah, walking over there, the building itself is actually locked. You can't get into the mortuary at the moment. Walking around, the delivery vehicle that I mentioned previously, the panel van that I mentioned, is parked in the mortuary bay for the truck, for the rolling door. It's not in there or anything like that. It's just parked in front of it. It is locked if you try the handle on the doors, but anyways, nothing magically going on over here either that you can tell. There are a couple cameras around the perimeter of the building, but you do notice that the delivery vehicle makes a almost perfect blind spot for the side man door on the to get into the mortuary if needed.
Okay. Is there a visible lock?
Looks like a maglock.
Maglock, swipe card.
Yep.
Okay.
What's the door made of?
Looks like a steel reinforced door.
What's the wall made of?
Plastic reinforced.
Okay. From what I can see, does it look like there's actually anybody on duty there?
No, the place looks completely empty. Like I said, there's only a security light on inside the lobby and maybe one more down the hallway or so that you can see.
Okay. Is there like a note board or whatever, basically showing the personnel who work in the morgue?
Not in the visible area that you can see without entering into said facility, but like I said, doors are locked.
Okay.
What are we doing?
In my general wandering around, have I encountered a nurse or a doctor that I might come up and engage in a minor conversation with?
In order to steal their looks?
Well, both steal their looks and palm their key card.
Yes. You are wandering around the lobby, and you do see a particular nurse that is getting ready to leave for the evening, and she is walking out as she's walking out the main door.
I will join her. Head out about so that I happen to be with her. Engage in pleasantries of nice evening. Hope you had an easy shift. That kind of thing.
She kind of smiles and says, "Yes, it was a long double. I'm so ready to get home and pop open a bottle of wine and soak in my tub."
What kind of wine?
She rattles off a name.
Have you tried blah? Have you tried blah? It's more of a Shiraz, but has some wonderful overtones.
I'm a dry red person myself, and Shiraz are more sweet, are they not?
They are.
I'll look out for it, though. What's your name? What brings you here to the hospital?
Jack Baker. I was actually here looking for my niece, but apparently she was taken to a different hospital in the area.
Oh, that's so. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope she's doing all right.
Well, hopefully she will be. Nothing life-threatening. She had several broken bones. Might possibly be requiring a cyber limb replacement for that.
Oh no! How old is she?
She's 24.
Oh well, that's better than being young. At least that it's so hard on children with cyber limb replacements. Well, if you need anything, I have some contacts in the cyber limb replacement industry. I can. She kind of is playing with her hair a little bit and says, and I can maybe give you some.
Oh, I will absolutely play up to this and flirt with her.
So yeah, you guys flirt back and forth a little bit, and she'll give you her contact information. Says if you need anything for your niece, please don't hesitate to call, and maybe other things too.
Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't be up for maybe going out for a bit of a drink this evening, would you?
Well, I was planning on going home and drinking. I could go out.
We will make this a longer.
Well, don't you want to go see your niece, though?
As late as it is, she is probably already asleep. I'll just make sure I make it by there first thing in the morning.
Understandable. Well, I know this. I know this little bar right down the street. It's about a block and a half. We can walk?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Make your plumbing check to pull her key card. I'm assuming you're going to do it along the walk.
Well, at some point in the course of the evening, yes, I will. But I will play up the flirtation or.
Yes. So
I was just assuming that Nautit got sidetracked.
Yeah. Honestly, I was assuming you were going to do it and then drop it behind you so people could pick it up. But if you want to actually go through with this portion, we can just fast forward to you getting the key card and then go forward to breaking in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a matter of play with her through the bar, get her a little drunk, get some wine or alcohol into her so that she's a little less. And then play off of the jet lag, and the alcohol catching up with me, and I will definitely call you. I will definitely call you because I would love to have to spend another evening with you, kind of a thing. But basically, playing it up so that
yes. She'll seem disappointed, but understanding.
Yeah. And of course, give the team over D&I, give the team a heads up that I'm acquiring a key card for the back door for the morgue. I will be a little while.
Back door.
Well, in the meantime, ignoring that.
Oh, you're freaking kidding me.
First. Perfect. You were in.
First,
you weren't
let's throw in a NERPS because
I'll be back in a minute.
See.
Bugger. All right, but that still gives me 15 dice to reroll on edge.
Geez, man, you're not doing great on this at all.
It's annoying. There we are.
Vindicated. It made it up on the edge. Gotcha.
Vindicated.
Okay. So yes, let's see. She's intoxicated and she's distracted by you. Yeah, not a chance. So she doesn't see you go for it.
Fantastic.
All right, so you have acquired her key card. Spoiler: she didn't have access to the morgue. No, I'm kidding.
Womp womp.
All right, so you get that back over there, and I'm assuming, and go get the team and go in.
Well, if he's taken a while, we probably would have wrangled up the vehicle situation, giving the heads up that he just provided.
Yeah, on the course of us walking to the bar, I would have sent the information.
Right.
DNI, I would have sent the information that I've acquired, the general floor plans that I got, from them. The information about the morgue, and I'm acquiring a key card. I would have sent all the relevant information to the team over DNI.
Gotcha. All right, so what is you guys were talking about? Maybe getting a vehicle, yes, or transport, or no?
Yeah, so we have ours, but ours is pretty full of us. So we're gonna need something else, presumably, unless they have one of those really large roof rack type things.
Well, the other thing being having a vehicle that looks like it should be there would draw less attention than having a vehicle that looks like what we were given.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if for no other reason, then we can't really fit the subject in here unless we cram him into the boot or something.
There is no boot.
So that's not even an option. Anyway,
Exactly.
yeah, there were some options as far as purloining one of those. I don't know if any of us, maybe Ren has the kit for it, but like I'm assuming it's hacking the device and commanding it, basically. We don't need permanent ownership, but we need control of it.
Problem is, these kinds of vehicles are fleet vehicles. They're usually connected to a network.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an autopiloted fleet vehicle, then it may. I mean, it's still going to be direct hacking if you can plug into it, but we'd have to disconnect it. Power its wireless off, so it would require more manual driving.
I'm more concerned about the alarms it'll set off.
What do you mean?
Suddenly, the vehicle drops off the network.
Well,
devices power on and power off all the time.
Did one of you say something earlier about able to do invisibility, by the way?
I said something figurative about it. Basically, the types of stealth are blend in or don't get seen.
Okay. I think maybe I just want to break in and see if I can find what we're looking for, and then we can figure out getting it out.
Sure. That's what you want to do?
Well, I mean, it sounds like if Nautit has a key card, he could just walk in.
Or Dillon could walk in, one of the two.
Yeah, but then why are we doing the key card thing?
Well, no, I'm saying Dillon could walk in and use his covert ops abilities and whatnot inside to find the information that you guys want.
Yeah, we can both of us go out, whatever.
Right, I'm just trying to do two things while we can, because if we're waiting for the key card, then the rest of us are just sitting around unless we're doing something. And if
I'm going to powder my nose, and for the love of God, let's do something soon.
Right. So that's why I was thinking acquire a vehicle, because we're going to need it anyway.
All right. So how are you acquiring a vehicle?
Well, if we can spot one, we could go over to it.
Like I said, there's one right there next to the mortuary if you want.
I mean, it works for me. Bakemono's not going to be able to be actually stealing the vehicle, because we can't do that.
All right.
All right. Cowabunga is successfully disguised.
He can command the spirit to conceal anybody who's going to try to physically walk over there, which should make physical observation a lot harder.
Ren will click her lapel and kind of ripple out of view.
No. All right.
I assume she would have had time to, reattach her arms and stuff before on the way over.
All right. How do you want, or what vehicle do you want to go for? Do you want to go for that van, or do you want to go for something different?
Probably the transport van.
No, you figure it's going to have a lot of trackers on it.
Well, once we, start working on it, we can see what the situation is.
So I think I will try to get into the van and just basically clean it and prep it for whatever we're going to do.
All right. So you're talking about your van or the one you're going to hack and get control of?
I'm trying to sneak up to the van that we're going to hack and take control of.
All right.
Get into it and then scan it for trackers and everything else and prep it for being,
Gotcha. All right, go for it. Go ahead and do your stealth. I'm assuming Nautit would have relayed the information about the back door being a blind spot.
Yes.
I don't think the guards have that many dice to perceive. Oh, actually, they do. Let's see.
Don't forget the penalties.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, there's no way then. Even with the ruthenium, there's not a chance. So yeah, you are able to sneak in there up against the vehicle very easily, not being seen.
Okay, then wait for. Well, I can get to the side of the vehicle. You said there was a blind spot.
Yep.
Scan the vehicle. Try to hack the vehicle basically first.
All right. You gonna try plugging in and hacking it? So you're just doing device reading or what?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll stick a data tap get under the van, stick a data pad tap somewhere appropriate, and directly connect.
Okay. And again, you have more successes than I have dice, so yeah, go for it. You have a mark.
But I need more than that to, hijack it.
Correct. So let's see. It's not device rating times 2, right? It's just device rating when you're resisting, correct? Or when I'm resisting direct hacking.
Normally, it is whatever the opposition is for the thing. So if it's like, if it's normally willpower firewall, if you're hacking a device and there's no willpower, then it's just firewall.
Yeah, but if there's not a firewall on a van and it's just device rating, it's just device rating, right?
Pretty sure it always has DR firewall, doesn't it?
I thought it was only device rating times 2.
It's not device rating times 2.
Or I'm sorry, not device rating times 2, just device rating, because of when you're plugging into a camera to hack it, you're just rolling device rating, right?
You're rolling whatever half of the equation you have, basically, because normally it would be getting part of this from the host.
Then yes, I have 3 dice.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, you get definitely 1 from that one, and you'll get the other ones as long as you don't glitch, and you get 1 success, or at least 2 successes, if not 3 successes. More than 3 successes. Yeah, you got 2 marks. And you get a 3rd. Ooh, well, let's see if I tie. I did not. I actually critically glitched, but yeah.
All right, disable the alarm. Carefully disconnect it from whatever network it's on.
Yep. Let's see. I would say disabling the alarm would be squelch. If you want to do it that way, that would be a short term, though. That wouldn't be what you want to do. You'd want to actually disable it. So you want to do it the hardware way, or you want to do it software way?
Well, I'm underneath the van. I might as well do hardware.
All right, do hardware. Don't mistake the alarm lines for the brake lines, by the way. Yes. You are able to easily disable the network access and the alarm with that roll.
Okay, we got our van if we need it.
Great.
Is it down by the river yet?
No. Okay. Grynner, are you getting back with the key card and walking in with Dillon?
Yep. It's like, all right, we seem to have, if you guys have apparently gotten the vehicle to transport the body to, at least to a point where we can switch it over to ours.
Yep.
I've got the key card. Let's do the facial, just in case there are cameras on the inside. Let's do the disguise to look like her.
I think that's appropriately disguised.
And then fashion.
We had the picture of the corner. I remember Mortician too, right?
Yeah.
20 years old, but yeah. And then fashion to make my outfit look like hospital gear.
All right.
I will go ahead and put on the Mortician's face as well,
Okay.
just in case.
All right.
Someone's going to be like, oh my God, he died in a car crash 20 years ago.
You pull out one of the body bags out of the freezer, and yourself is staring back at you.
Oh!
You're
That'd be so
staring
good.
into a mirror. All right. And is Dillon disguising himself as he goes in also? Does he wish to disguise? Dillon? All right. Well, he must not be there at the moment. Okay. So, do you want to disguise yourself or no?
Yeah, probably disguise. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll that, and then I think the three of you are going in.
Cool. Okay. Roll. Yeah. 2 successes.
All right. Not bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So, tell me how you're doing this.
If we can do conceal on the rest of the party, we can also bring along the rest of the party.
This is
Do we
true.
have a map?
Let's not overcomplicate things.
Oh. And where are we entering from?
The back door.
Okay, cool. Is that...
Okay, so the plan is we go in, we find the thing, we extract the thing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
See.
Okay. And does anybody have like levitate, or are we going to need actual muscle in there?
I do have levitate.
Okay, so we don't really need to have all the beefy
pick up the
people.
body.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Ren's pretty strong on that too. So
You need about a 7 to pick it up.
So I could probably pick up 2 of them.
All right. So, you guys hit the little key card on the back right here, and door beeps, allows you in. First thing you see is a big old hallway right here. You got 3 doors all around you.
All right. Hold on a sec. I am preparing tea. So let me roll into sensing as soon as we get inside.
so immersive.
There are 10
Should
spirits.
I go ahead and try to hit the
There's
the host
a
from here?
bathroom right there if you want to use it, if that's what you're trying to hit.
Well, it's like would prefer to be drinking Dr. Pepper right now or beer, but I am currently out and I forgot to make a store run before the game.
All right, so a sensing roll, and Ren, you said you were going to do what now?
I'm going to try to grab hold of the local host.
Sir, go for it.
Will I see it?
Yes, you definitely see it. Did you want to ask any questions before you rolled or no?
Well, I think you said it was a 6, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's basically what we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, ties go to the defender. Unless you want to post edge that real quick or nerfsy it.
I'm gonna nerfs it.
All right, and as you walk through the door, you're not seeing anything in here.
Okay, good.
The door to your immediate left does look like it has a spell cast on it, though.
Ooh, that's the first magic we've seen in this place.
All right, let's see what kind of a spell it has on the door.
Okay.
Healing.
Only a 1. I should at least tell me basic type.
It would be I believe it's detection spell. No, it's a health spell.
Okay.
I was close.
Actually, you wouldn't even get that because if you only got a 1, which you did, you don't. It's just magic on there. You don't know.
Okay. Let's try that again with a second look.
Ren, you're going for 2, I take it?
Nope.
Yes.
All right.
All right, you got me on that one. So you got 2 marks. And Nautit has no more sensing. With the -2, good. Did not gain anything from that, unfortunately. Nobody else has spellcasting, do you?
What do you mean spellcasting?
I'm not spellcasting, the sensing, yeah.
The spirit does, but it's not like I don't think we're all going in there unless we are, in which case, it's probably with us.
You can if you wish. It's up to you.
I mean,
you tell me.
It seems like added complication for us all to be in there, but I'll leave it.
Yeah, I mean, I've traveled like 14,000 miles in the last 24 hours, and I'm irritated and annoyed. I'm going in there. I'm going to see what this is all about. Maybe I'll loot the place and get some medicine.
All right. So it sounds like most of us are going in, so we might as well all go in.
No.
So, sure. Bakemono's in there. If they say, hey, this door has a spell on it, and I can't tell what it is, he'll see if the spirit can find out.
All right.
That's pretty terrible, too. I'm going to give it a nerfs.
Okay.
All right, 3.
All right, it is a health spell. Let's see. The magic that it's cast at is less than your magic rating. Yeah, that's it. I don't think you get the actual spell or anything like that, so there you go.
Yeah, I don't think it would have that. So, yeah, the spirit would report back. It seems modest in strength.
All right. So let's find the body and find any autopsy records.
Does anybody
No.
have dispelling? Because if you have dispelling, you can try to get rid of that spell.
Or just grab the door handle and open it.
Well, I mean, that's certainly an option. But, usually you don't cast a spell on an object with no reason.
I can make another hole if you guys want. I've had a hammer.
Actually, no, from where we are, where's the body?
You don't know.
Do we know? Yeah, how would we know? What are these walls made out of? Are they dry rock or sheetrock, whatever it's called?
Yep.
I'm just going to smash a hole in the wall.
Okay.
No, don't.
I do it.
Okay, you have a hole in the wall.
Too long. Now we have a hole in the wall.
You have a hole in the wall right next to the door. Yep, and you go through the little thingy right there or whatever, or right through the cabinet. You can see through the cabinet into the next room. It is the autopsy room. Or I should say that's not the autopsy room. That would be the
timer is running
preparation
for
room.
patrol to show up. So
Okay, so when Cowabunga goes through the wall,
Yes.
Oh, I got to say Cowabunga when I do.
I was going to say, apart from yelling Cowabunga, did we hear anything else happen?
Yeah. Somebody on the other side says, "Oh yeah." No.
Awkward.
No, nothing else goes on at the moment. I mean, you obviously hear the crashing of the wall and whatnot, but
But he didn't like cut through any conduits or fire.
There's nothing in that wall aside from the sheetrock. He got lucky.
Very nice. All right. Well, we have a door now.
Okay. Can your spirit find the body quicker than we can?
Well, we can do it at the same time. Let's try. So he's going to instruct the spirit to search.
You have no. I mean, you have a picture of him. I guess you could do it that way.
Yeah, we have a picture. That's sufficient.
I was going to say, are we getting cameras on the inside? Am I getting cameras on the inside? And can I just search for the location?
Yeah, you've got host access. You tell me what you're going for.
Location of the patient and the decedent, and I would like to spoof the cameras to record nothing.
Okay. So go ahead and do a search for the name and see if you can find out that, and then do a search for the just do a hack for the cameras to edit the loop or edit the file and loop the images. We'll speed this up a little bit.
There's the spirit search, and because we're all concealed, I should roll a sneak just because otherwise it doesn't do anything.
Okay, and yes, Ren, you do find the name, and his information is listed as being held in one of the position 2.
Raven?
Well,
yes.
Really quick,
Yes.
I turn on my weapon focus.
Splendid. Do you still have your sword?
yeah,
Okay.
he checked it, remember?
I do. You brought the pig sticker, I take it. Okay. And then...
It has never stuck a pig. I stick to lizards.
You've stuck a couple of cops before, but we're not going to go there.
They're not called pigs in
That's true.
Neo Tokyo, though.
You're getting closer to where they would be, though. Anyways.
Well, we were in Kentucky. So.
You were in Kentucky, exactly. You never did it to a cop there, though. There was a couple of Global Sandstorm people, but anyways. All right, Ren, you got to edit file for the cameras. You did not edit the file for the cameras.
That was a spicy roll. Not illegal, but time-consuming.
Well, I will at least post the arrow for people to where the body is while they could try to do it again.
Cool. We go to the body.
I'm going to go ahead and nerps that.
Shows
Not
up as a
nerfs,
biohazard symbol right there.
I'm just going to edge that.
Okay, now it's into the preparation room. All right.
And another sensing for the door going into the
Probably a
cold
good
storage.
idea.
So total 5 to spoof the cameras.
Oh, that's a good point.
You tied again, sir. Or good woman, ma'am.
I'll spend my last nerps.
Excellent. Go for it. All right. Not it. That door is glowing too.
Okay, well, does this wall around this one also is it also sheetrock, or is there a
This one's actually feels much thicker, and looks much thicker, and looks like it is. There's not a window. No.
Okay.
No window. Okay.
Bring that
Let's
essentially
see.
again.
While
He's
he's
the only one.
doing that, or I should say, while not us doing that, do we have any kind of scanners that we can see if this wall has any stuff in it?
Ren does. I know because she's used it before.
Cyborg scanner, probably.
But she's currently unconscious, laying in the vehicle.
Actually, probably
Well, you know what? Unless Nautit tells Bakemono, "Hey, this isn't a problem," he's going to try his luck.
There is a spell on the door.
Yeah.
It's a spell, not a ward.
It looks almost identical to the one previously on the other door. Yes.
Okay.
What is the nature of the spell?
All you know is that it's a health spell at the moment, and it's less powerful than Bakemono's spirit.
Okay.
Anybody with knowledge, like theory, to figure out what this most likely could be?
It'd have to be a sensing
be
test or a Arcana test.
It can be any number of things. If you want, I could roll Arcana, but Bakemono can't actually see it. He's just hearing what people are telling about it.
Yeah,
I'll give it a shot with Arcana. 3 hits.
I mean, you don't have any knowledge on like medical or anything like that, right?
No medical knowledge.
Okay. So it looks more of a Actually, you have the spell.
Sterilize?
Yes, it's sterilize. Exactly.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a biometric lock or something.
No. It's sterilize. It's just to prevent diseases from passing in the door when it opens up.
I mean, that's good, but it also makes me a little bit skeeved out because this could be a heavily quarantined area that we just smashed a hole in.
Bakemono, you start to feel a little sick.
I didn't get to find out what happens when you swing a weapon focus at a ward.
It breaks. But yeah, if Nautit says, "Hey, it's sterilized," Bakemono's going to hold one of his hands over his mouth and then push it open with the kanabo.
Yeah. It opens.
Not touching anything.
It opens.
All right. Find the drawer.
Yeah, you find the drawer, not a problem. You pull it out.
Mm-hmm.
There is a body bag.
We can inspect the body bag. Is it our guy?
It is your guy.
Okay. And
does he look like he hit like the autopsy has been started?
Let's see. No, it does not. However, it does look like there, according to the record sheet that's inside the bag with him, it does look like has been some blood and tissue samples taken.
Okay, I guess it would have to be a real scummy reading of our brief to say you had to get all that stuff too.
Well, they wanted any kind of records as far as anything for the autopsy, so the flesh and the biosamples that were taken, getting a copy of those reports if they're finished.
Okay, well, you can try that, and we'll just.
I will relay that to our hacker who's in the. I'll relay that to our decker who is in the hose.
All right.
Okay. In the meantime, start lugging this lug out of here.
It does look like there are puncture marks in his abdomen, samples removed from his abdomen, a hole drilled in his skull for a sample also, and two different like needle marks on one on an arm and one on a leg.
All right, and his cyber limbs and everything
intact.
To be attached. All right.
All right.
Levitate to help moving the body.
You're not finding any sort of terminals that you would think would host any sort of information on any of the autopsy or examinations or anything like that in this building. In fact, this building, the interior of this building itself looks very sparse, aside from the data pad on the outside and a single terminal inside that looks more like a secretary terminal than anything.
We don't need to levitate. It's going to be slower than us carrying it.
Okay.
Go in and look and see if there's any written notes or anything. I don't know if that's still a thing, but
yeah, no, they'll either dictate or write. Absolutely, that's what it was on the body in there at the moment. Sometimes it's more secure than electronic, to be honest. So yeah, as you looking around inside the examination room where you're standing right there, you will see a note to a Dr. Miller, stating that samples have been put into cold storage in the storage room, and the files pertaining to Mr. Allen, and I can't remember his last name. Mr. Allen have been examined, and
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan has been examined, and the current reports are in the offline terminal at the desk here.
okay. I'll relate that to the team.
He also includes a reminder: the password has changed recently. It is hotels are awesome and better than hospitals.
So he relays that. I doubt it, because this room is pretty similar to the hotel room that they showed us. But I will grab that terminal, that computer.
You're just gonna smash and grab?
No smashing, just
you
yanking.
already smashed the wall.
No more smashing at this moment.
No more
it's gonna
smash.
be
Okay.
Yanking.
Well, I'm right there. That's why I went in. So like, I'll take care of getting that stuff, whatever it is.
Okay. So the samples are still in the cold storage, and that room is right here in case anybody wants it.
Oh, if that's clear, like if there's a sign on the door that says cold storage, I'll go there. They didn't say anything about a spell on here, so I'm just going to open it and go in. But then I realized that I can't read English, so I go back out.
What?
If I can't speak it, how can I read it?
Oh, did you never pick up a rank?
I forgot.
Nicely done. Even I caved. No, that's awesome. Like,
all right, yeah, whatever. You're playing a part.
All right, so there's a bunch of chicken scratch in here. One of us has to go take a look at it. That's fine. Bakemono's going to lug the body out unless we need to stay in here with it.
Nope. All right. Ren opens up the back door of the car, I'm assuming.
You guys don't need any help lifting, I guess?
Nope.
We got it.
Guy. I mean, I should ask if we need help lifting this guy, but Bakemono's pretty strong.
Make me body strength, and as long as you get, I think it's 4 hits. That's all you need, if I remember correctly.
It's 15 kilograms per point of strength.
But you can.
I was bored and looked it up.
You can lift a certain amount before you have to even make that strength test, though, don't you?
That's the amount, 15 kilograms per point of strength.
Oh, okay.
And if he's at 100 kilograms, that's 7 without
terrible.
There you go.
I thought you had to make a roll.
No, it's 15 kilograms points per after the roll too, I think, right?
Oh, I see.
I don't know. I didn't look that part up.
Okay, but yeah, actually, Bakemono, you have an augmented strength of 7, so you're fine. You can lift him up.
Oh, I thought. Okay, that's why I was asking. All right, so never mind. I didn't spend those resources.
No, you didn't. No, you're just able to throw him over his shoulder and walk out with him, according to the maths by Silver.
Cool. All right.
Alrighty.
And out we go.
All right.
Do I need to lockpick to get into this other room?
Nope.
No.
Okay. So I go in and grab whatever.
Yep. You make me a quick perception test as you rummage around for Alan's samples and whatnot in the refrigerators.
Visual.
Yes. I mean, if you really, really want to taste it, please tell me, because I would really like to do that.
Oh, well done. Maybe I'll. How do I spend an edge?
Just say you're spending an edge and re-roll 11 dice.
Okay. All right. Oh, 4 successes is better.
Yes, it is. All right, yeah, you're easily able to find the 5 different samples that are in there. There's 2 blood samples, a stomach contents sample, a brain tissue sample, and an abdomen sample for skin and muscle.
Okay, cool.
Exit stage right.
And then away we go.
All right. Pile into the van, and I'm assuming some of you will take your vehicle back, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. And you all drive away.
Actually, if there's room for me in the other one, I'll take it just in case we get interrupted.
Okay. Yeah, it's a panel van. I think Bulldog, but slightly smaller.
So you took the entire computer, huh?
I was gonna, but then
in the
Dillon
computer.
went and did some fancy stuff. Or maybe it was Tadeo Ren, I'm not sure. One of the two.
No, Dillon grabbed the computer and ran out with it.
Great.
That's the best way to be incognito.
While we're cruising, probably as soon as we're in motion, those of us who aren't driving could be looking for tags and stuff, just to be safe.
Yeah, and I'll look out the window to see if anyone's pursuing us.
All right.
All right. Yeah, no. As you are driving away, nobody is following you. There's nothing. You're a lone car on the road for about a kilometer or 2.
Get away as meat thieves.
Literally. All right. I'm assuming you're calling your dead drop phone. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. You are given a location to drop the body and the vehicle, if you wish, and you are told that upon receipt of the body and information, you will get your money transferred to you.
Good.
All right. So you get transferred 6,000 new yen, yes? Yes.
Fantastic.
All right. It's been 2 days since you dropped off that corpse to Mrs. Johnson. While waiting for Eric to arrange your flights out, you've spent some time sightseeing and getting to know the local area. Activities made much easier by the plethora of Asian tourists in Windsor and the surrounding area. But you've about had it with this British weather. It's bipolar or some dreck. Bright sunshine and 20 degrees 1 minute and an icy north wind and driving rain the next. An hour before you ride to Heathrow, when your comlink beeps at you. Looking at the caller ID, you don't recognize the comm code, but you pick it up anyways. Hello again. It takes you a moment to recognize the female voice as that for your former Miss Johnson. It's Alice Barnes. And I'm wondering if I could buy you another cup of coffee. Same place as before. In, say, 15 minutes?
Can you afford it?
I hear the tea is much better here.
Yes. I can afford it this time.
All right.
Grumble. Okay.
All right. Alice Barnes is waiting for you when you arrive. The same liter thermal mug sat on the table in front of her. She smiles and waves like she's meeting old friends as you enter and waits patiently while you get a beverage and sits down. As you do so, she activates the white noise generator again. Thanks for meeting me on such short notice, Alice says as she smiles warmly at each of you. I have another contract, and I was wondering if you'd like to take it. It's a follow-on up from the previous one, and I'm offering the same rate. Time is of the essence, so if you're not willing to accept this, then I'll have to find other contractors. I know you were on your way home. 5,000 new yen.
6,000 right away. That's okay.
We can skip the negotiations and go straight to 6,000. That's fine. I know
She's learned that it's more efficient that way.
Pre-negotiation, they say.
All right.
Okay. Well, what's the job?
Excellent. I'm glad you've agreed. We found out the cause of death for Mr. Sullivan, but we don't know how it happened exactly. The what? Sure. The how? That's a mystery. As is the why. We have an idea on the who, and I need you to track them down and find out the how. The why, that would be good to know as well, but it's not essential. Alice looks around the table at the group before continuing. This does indeed mean you'll be tracking down fellow contractors, and I would expect you to show them the professional courtesy you would expect to be shown. But we do need this information as quickly as possible.
I adjust my laser to stun.
With that, Alice stands up, leaving another data chip on the table as she picks up her thermal mug. I look forward to hearing from you again very soon. Alice then turns and walks out.
Sheesh, what is it with this lady and questions? They don't cost anything.
I mean, unless you stop her.
I can't even understand her. I just look at the rest of the team.
She gave us another data chip or no?
Yes.
All right, well, let's interrogate it and see if it has the stuff we need.
All right.
So who are we looking for? Where are they located? All that kind of stuff.
That's really a good question because it's not actually detailed very well. Let me double check the original document, and I'm pretty sure it won't have. There we go.
I mean, if she knew exactly where to find them, she would have just gone to find them. But like, if they're bikers, is there a known favorite hangout kind of thing? That kind of thing.
There it is. Let's see. The dossier provided is a small file Transys Market Analysis Division, their in-house intelligence group, has on a hacker named Hot to Trot. It lists a suspected description of him, a picture of a persona he's known to use, and a small list of skills he's believed to possess. He's also known to be a contact and Shadowrunner that works for Eric occasionally. Let's see. That is all the information that is there. That is the. It actually. No, it doesn't include his contact information.
It gives us a lead.
Yes,
you can go to
exactly.
Eric.
Sorry, what was the name again?
Hot to Trot.
Jinx.
Aw, man. Now I can't talk
I hope
anymore.
it's a centaur.
Yeah, I hope so too. or another Minotaur. Or a whatchamacallit? Satyr.
Satyr?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Do they
cool.
specialize in cold spells?
I tried
That
doing
would be weird. What a twist.
Anyways, so what do you want to do?
Might as well talk to Eric first.
All right.
Because we don't know the terrain, we wouldn't know where to even look.
Do we figure he's got any loyalty to Hot to Trot, though?
Well, I mean, hopefully, if he's a good fixer.
Let me read you this real quick. Accessing the chip, you find 3 files. One is an autopsy of Alan Sullivan, seemingly the same document you obtained for Alice from Aberystwyth's mortuary, but completed and judging by the digital watermark and protection, it's been filed and is now a matter of public record. The cause of death is listed as force majeure. The second file, that's the doozy. It's an excerpt from a forensic analysis of Alan Sullivan's augmentations, and judging by the language used, probably written by some egghead in Transys Neuronet. But the conclusion at the bottom is loud and clear. Alan drowned due to tampering with his internal air tank and cybergill. The sentence after that is obviously what Alice wants you to look into. How this tampering was carried out is a mystery. It does give you a window in which the hack happened, though, so that's something. The third, a very brief dossier on a known hacker called Hot to Trot. It looks like the cursory dossiers corporations keep on runners. There's not even there is a picture. Why doesn't it say it's not a picture? Anyways, there is a picture, but it's a start. Not much beyond that, though.
Okay.
It does have, again, like I said, it does have some a picture of persona that he's known to use. Not actually his picture. Suspected description and a small list of skills.
So the very first thing I do is I check the firmware on my internal air tank.
Yep. It is the same hash symbol, hash check as you have had in your history of checking it. There's just one extra 0. And is that a 2? Anyways.
Yeah, so do we want to call Eric, or do we want to just kind of basically, do we want to have a personal approach or not?
I would argue against it because I'm afraid that Eric's going to tip him off.
Oh, you don't want to talk to him at all?
Well, I mean, he hasn't really helped us much, to be honest with you, and this guy works with him, right?
Yeah, but we don't even have any other way to look. He's a Matrix guy. He could be in northern Scotland for all we know.
Yeah, we want to try to hit this with professional courtesy. So go through Eric, approach him openly.
Come on, Ren can track him down easily enough.
I mean, if we know the icon and comm number, we could try, but the guy is a Matrix specialist. Might as well do both things anyway, though, because the rest of us can't do anything in the Matrix. So,
Well, might as well do a generalized matrix search while you're trying to contact the.
All right. Okay. Go for it. And anybody, you guys are trying to contact Eric?
Yes. Well, I think we're voting, and we've had 1 against and 2 for so far.
All right. What is the matrix search for?
To look, actually, it would be a trace icon, wouldn't it?
For what?
To try to find how to plot.
It would not be a trace icon because you don't have any marks.
Correct. You'd have to find. Well, you see, that's the really weird information. You'd have to have a com code or something to hack or to find and then hack. And find in the matrix and then hack to find the actual location of it after you do a trace icon action.
Yeah, so it's a mat per or matrix perception to find the dude somewhere in the matrix. We have some idea of what to look for because of this other stuff.
Yeah, you have a basic persona, yeah.
Hack him. Yeah. Then you'd have to hack him, then you'd have to track him.
Correct.
So I searched on the internet for his icon and for his persona and got 4. So I don't know what that gets me.
You haven't found him yet. You can make it extended if you wish.
Sure.
And while you're doing that, it'll take another half an hour for you to do another search. So that's an hour of your time. What are the rest of you doing? You're trying to just still deciding whether or not to call Eric or not?
I say let's contact Eric.
Yeah, you and Bakemono say yes. I say no. So we need to hear from the others. Silver, Dillon.
Silver was getting some soup.
Should we call this? Should we call our poor fixer Eric and tell him that we're going to be gunning for his dude, or should we just go and gun for his dude?
Well, we're not trying to gun for him. We need to ask him questions.
Yeah, I think he could facilitate a meetup at least.
I mean, I think the deal is we're not trying to execute the guy. We're just asking a couple questions. So if he can if he can set up a peaceful approach rather than have him be on the defensive when we catch him without ever having seen him before, it's probably going to be simpler.
Yeah. And part of that comes down to the communication of the initial inquiry, which is why the face should make the call.
It says contact him, so let's do that.
Okay. So I'll call Eric up, unless Silver wants to do it.
So Ren takes 2 hours to do a test and gets that many successes, yes?
So yeah, I would hope 15 is enough.
Okay. I will get back to you. So you're calling up Eric?
Yep.
He answers the phone and says, "Mates, aren't you on a plane back to Tokyo?"
Well, we were, but we got hit up with another job.
Who contacted you? I didn't realize you guys were in the market for more work.
Well, we're always in the market for more work, and it was actually a follow-up from the Johnson from the previous job.
Oh, okay. What's up? What can I do for you?
Well, apparently, there was some involvement prior to us getting hired with the subject matter of the our last job, and a local decker that you may know, Hot to Trot. We were hoping you might be able to arrange for a courtesy meeting with him so that we might ask him some questions.
You want... I'm assuming you're going to be asking about a job he pulled, right?
Yes.
And this is in relation to that job that I hired you for previously?
Correct.
To be completely honest with you, all cards on the table, I don't know what that job was. So I was just the middleman. I don't know anything about it. If your job and a potential thing of his job was intertwined with each other, that could be potentially bad for business depending on how this goes. You understand that, right?
I do. That's why we were wanting to go through you. Like I said, we understand he's a professional. We understand he was doing a simple job. We're simply looking for, as professionals, as fellow professionals, find out whatever information he can tell us about that job, and maybe a few more details. We'd obviously be willing to pay a little bit if if that would help. Ease his professional obligations.
I follow. What I can do is this. Let me make a phone call to him and get back with you to see if he's even interested. How do you want me to approach this? Just want to set up a meet at a coffee shop? You one-on-one, or is he going to see your entire team rolling up, or what is the situation? I want to describe this so I can assuage any concerns he might have.
Yes, it will most likely involve the entirety of our team, but we're willing to meet him wherever he will feel safe.
But in person, correct?
In person, we would like to meet in person, but we're willing to go to wherever he.
Damn, I was about to say, all right, a Matrix meet is on.
Yeah.
All right.
If you could work in somehow, just saying, like, we have no ill intent toward him. We just have a couple questions.
Oh, I already said that. We're wanting, we're doing this. We're wanting to meet him as fellow professionals.
All right, is that actually a truthful statement? And he will roll a judge intentions on this.
As far as I know, yes, it is a truthful statement.
Yeah, nobody's asked us to kill him or anything.
Well, I'm willing to.
Oh, I cannot judge my other teammates. As far as I'm concerned, yes, that is a completely truthful statement.
Right.
Well,
Pay
very
no
well.
attention to those mage bodies in the corner. I don't do that anymore.
Very well. I will be in touch shortly. And he hangs up.
Okay.
20 minutes later, he calls back and says he's willing to meet and talk. He mentioned the question of you mentioned the question of where. He said he would like to meet in a public place. He specifies there's a tourist group that meets outside of the palace in whatever town you guys are in at the moment. I can't remember the name of the town is.
We're in London, aren't we?
Yeah, London. It's not Buckingham Palace. It's the
Windsor.
Windsor Castle or Windsor Castle. There's a tour group that meets out in front of that for about an hour. Let's meet there, right in front of the castle.
Okay.
Windsor Castle is in Windsor.
Ah,
Yeah,
well, and then you're in
Buckingham,
Windsor. Then yes.
Okay.
Anyways, that's where the castle that you guys walked past earlier was. So
Right.
that's where you're at. And he said, obviously, no weapons, all that kind of stuff. He won't have anything either because of the location of the castle and the other guards there. He says he will be wearing a blue rose in the Matrix.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
In the Matrix, you mean an AR?
Yes, AR, correct. 'Tis what I meant. All right. So yeah, you guys, I'm assuming you go, he says, in an hour.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. So yeah, you guys go out in an hour, walk over to the castle. Sure enough, there is a tour group starting to form right there. You're looking around, you're checking AR. Sure enough, you find off to the side and but close enough to the group to still be considered part of it. There is a tall, I believe he's human. Yes, a tall human, in the mid-20s, with a blue tattoo running up his neck and blue hair, with a blue rose in the astral, or not the astral, the Matrix, or AR.
Yep, looks like a Decker.
Yep. All right. Do you guys approach him?
Yes.
He looks at you. Who's approaching first?
I guess me and Silver.
Yeah, I would imagine the talkie people.
Talkie people.
I'll be someone.
I have a winning smile and a very nice suit.
And a very sharp sword. But you hopefully don't have that with you right now.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't carry knives in public here. At least that they can tell.
Make me a palming check? No, kidding. All right. So yeah, he says, what can I do for you?
I have no weapons in my hands.
Yeah, you are a weapon. He turns around and looks specifically at you, Ren, and says, you, I want as far away from me as possible.
Look.
Too many magnets.
I will get.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that he'll probably look me up.
Yes. In fact, he looks a little sweaty when he sees you. But you can't quite tell if it's nervousness or desire, one of the two.
I sense an underlying theme to tonight's event.
Well, it's all the cyberware, man. He wants to hack it and kill you.
Yeah. Did he give us a name? Did he give us a name other than his runner handle?
Nope.
All right. Low enough that he can hear, but not announcing it to the rest of the crowd around us. Hot to try.
He smiles and nods, and he pulls out something out of his pocket and holds out in his hand a simple white box. You all recognize it as a white noise generator.
I mean, we're in a crowd. It's pretty noisy, but sure.
Does his visage outside of AR match the photo we have?
No, not even close. He's not so vain as to match his Matrix presence, Matrix persona to his actual appearance.
No, but the photo that we have, does it match his physical appearance outside of AR?
No, you don't have an actual photo. You have a description of him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said there was a photo in the dossier.
You have a picture of a persona he's known to use.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. I'll introduce myself in silver, and it's like, it seems that our paths have crossed on previous jobs that we've done. And we were hoping to share information out of courtesy, and maybe find out exactly the why behind it.
Over the comms. No, the how, the why is optional.
I've done many a job just like you, or what specifically are we talking about?
Specifically, a job involving Mr. What was his name again?
Alan.
It was Alan Sullivan.
Specifically regarding Alan Sullivan, I'm not sure if he had a handle, what his handle was.
Recognition of the name does click in his eyes and his face.
Okay. We are aware that his death was preceded by some hacking of his cyberware, adjusting his cyber gills and internal oxygen tank.
He actually looks very interested in what you just said. You can continue if you wish, or if you're letting that hang, then he will chime in.
Yeah, he looks interested. In my eyes will, quirk an eyebrow in curiosity.
I thought I did that pretty darn good, to be honest, and I didn't think there was any tracking back to myself. But apparently you're here and asking about it, if we're being truthful, since you admitted to going after Alan for a different job. I will be truthful in that portion. What is what you need?
Our employer is honestly wanting to know the how and possibly even the why behind this job that you did. I mean, obviously, with as a fellow runner, we'd be willing to potentially willing to pay for some of this information. But yes.
All right. If you're interested in paying for it, why don't we treat this strictly as business then? It makes it easier on both parties. It's a transaction business-wise, and all of the information between us is kept professional, yes?
Yes.
I would be willing to part with the information for 10,000 new yen.
It's a good
How
opening
much
bid.
did you want?
Well, this is standard haggling. You open high.
Yeah, yeah. That, of course, would definitely cut into our profit for this job.
You should offer him a favor point.
Perhaps you'd be willing to have that, say 5,000 and maybe a favor.
What can you do for me?
Is my back to the guards?
Is that a question or a statement?
That is a question.
Sure, if you want it to be.
Okay. If my back's to the guards, and I can kind of position myself so, any companions who are up around us are also kind of helping to shade. I will morph just my face to look like him. We have some both cyber and magical talents, and well, we can often get places where it might prove difficult for you to hack into. And once I get to his face, I quickly shift it back to what I was wearing before.
Have we introduced ourselves at all?
You have not.
I mean, you might drop a street name because maybe
my name is Nautit, by the way.
What's your public awareness or notoriety?
I have 1 notoriety, 2 public awareness. And my street cred is 36.
Damn.
30. Oh.
I should give you less of that stuff. Why the hell wouldn't they give this guy? He's going to have it anyways. I'm going to give it to him.
Shadow community.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly rare skill. I don't know why.
He's going to have it.
We're good people to know. We have connections.
Bakemono is not like in the immediate conversation here, but he's kind of in the area, just doing stuff, looking at he's probably looking at a guard, trying to get them to make a reaction.
Yeah, I'll be a Japanese tourist in this Asian crowd of tourists.
Absolutely. You blend in spotlessly until they ask for your ticket, and then you kind of look at them and like you hold your hands out.
You have a camera, because that's required for the Japanese tourist look.
And an annoying, overly long lens camera, by the way.
Yeah, but like Minotaur size, so it's like a 3-foot lens.
Exactly.
I'll just carry my hammer like it's a camera.
That'd be funny. All right, so he will say, yes, I have heard of you. I've never met you, obviously, but I have heard of your name on the web. I presume Silver? Yes? I've heard that you travel with Nautit regularly.
I nod my head. Pleasure to meet you.
And may I take a guess that the Minotaur over there is Cowabunga, the red Oni over there is Bakemono? How do you say that word?
Bakemono.
Oh, Bakemono. I apologize.
Don't worry, we won't tell him.
And who was the Ren? What is your street cred? Is it more or less than 32 or 36 or whatever Grynner's was?
It's like 20 only.
Okay.
That's right. I didn't play the.
Yeah, you didn't play the first section or something like that. You missed out on a bunch. All right, and Dillon, do you have any street cred? Be up in be listed on the sheet, or for every 10 points of karma you've earned, you get a point, as well as awarded from various missions you've played over the time.
Oh, the street cred plus karma divided by 10?
Yes, the karma divided by 10 is your...
Let's say it's about 7.
Okay, so you're not very well crazy, but do you have any public awareness or notoriety by chance?
I have 1 notoriety.
All right.
And a Court of Shadows notoriety of 1, whatever that means.
That doesn't mean anything for here.
And I can just say, I've not been around as recently as all that, but I've spent the last 4 years dealing with the plague in some badass part of the world. So
very well. He looks at you.
Not have heard of me.
Yes, I am unfamiliar with you. The android, or is that actually a person?
It is. We think so.
A Rendroid.
A Rendroid? I've never heard of one of those. It must be some state-of-the-art piece of equipment or something along those lines. That scares me, whatever that is. But I have heard of people being more cybered to that extent. I do not believe I'm familiar with their name. But anyways, I have heard of you, and I believe you are trustworthy people. At least that's what I've heard on in the shadows. It is nice to meet you all. My name is Hot to Trot. I am a Decker. He says that word, but he kind of smiles to himself slightly after that. And procurer of information not wanting to be found. If anybody wants to roll a judge intentions, you're welcome to.
Or an assensing.
By all means.
Yeah, let's do the assensing.
You have to be a pretty good one, though.
Oh, yeah. I really do need to raise my sensing skill.
Yeah. Cowabunga has nothing on the judge intentions. Dillon had a good judge intentions. You can definitely tell he's hiding something about his statement about being a Decker. You're actually not picking up anything. He looks like a mundane human.
Okay. Not even the standard cyberware that a normal Decker would have?
No, actually. Oh, actually, take it back. Yes, you are. So you had 4 hits? 2 hits.
2 hits.
All right. Let's see. So yes, he has 2 obvious cyber eyes. And he has a bunch of stuff in his head, and stuff all over his body, or a bunch of stuff in his head, effectively. Yes.
The little bit of stuff running through his body is, more like wear, or like steel wires, or
no, not skill wires. It's a paint editor. I don't know how to describe that. I don't know exactly where it's going to be.
Okay.
But you don't know what it is. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's going to be all up in his head for the most part. So.
All right.
That is a good piece of kit, by the way.
Let's see. He's mundane. He's healthy. You don't know his essence or anything along those lines. You didn't roll high enough. Okay.
Okay. I guess next one is negotiation. See how well my offer is received.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think there's anything I can do about the hinky nature of his discussion, right?
You can call him on it. if you want to. That's pretty much it, though. You couldn't figure out what it was or anything along those lines with that judge intentions, but you knew something. He was hiding something.
Oh.
What? No,
Yeah, I guess
not right.
No, that's definitely not right.
That is
What was that,
definitely not
Dylan?
right.
What was that, Dylan?
I guess I will say, I get a sense that there's more to you than what's, what we're being told. You seem like you have quite a capacity to you.
He doesn't know exactly how to take the last portion of that, but he smiles to himself and says, "We all have our secrets." All right, you're done with negotiating. Nobody else is going to be coming in on that. Silver, you already assisted. No,
Would you like an
that was
assist?
a judge intention. Sorry.
Oh, sure, I'll take an assist.
Here's there you go.
All right. All right, so 8 hits total.
Well, this isn't going to be easy for me. All right. Let's see. Wait a second. That's not possible for his limit or his dice to there. But anyways, okay, fine. We're not going to go with that dice. All right. So you have 8. I have 4. 5 is too low. You know as well as I do that the money is our livelihoods. That's too low for this kind of information. If your Johnson really wants all the deets or the details and whatnot of everything, then 7.
What if we promise to sanitize it so it can't be linked back to you? And this doesn't interfere with your ability to work.
No, of course it doesn't interfere with our ability to work because we're treating this as a transaction between professionals. I would expect to not interfere in your work, and you would expect me to not interfere with your work unless our paths do cross at some point in time, and then we would treat each other as professionals.
I don't think that was intended as part of the bargain, was it?
What?
I don't think part of the offer was, and we won't interfere with your work.
Correct. I mean,
That's kind of understood.
It's an understood thing.
A professional.
Yeah, I think it was an observation that when we do this, it will make sure that this isn't something that can be traced back to interfere with your work.
Well,
more of a calm the nerves.
Yeah, sweeten the deal kind of thing.
Because he's getting paid for no work.
Well, he's getting paid. Technically, he would be getting paid for twice his work. He's just doing the job for one person, then he has to explain it to another person.
That's totally different work, though. One of those is like, here's the recording. The other one is, I already did this stuff.
Yeah, one of them is like a massive amount of effort. Another one is 5 minutes with a coffee.
Speaking of, you guys care for a
that
cuppa?
basically that would be like $11.50 per person. I'll make up the last. I'll make up the last 100.
So I'm gonna make a is negotiation a separate thing? Like I've got etiquette, but I don't know about negotiation.
So negotiation for dropping the price has already been made. What was your desire for making a negotiation?
Here's what I want to negotiate. This is what I want to do. I want to say, look, I'll throw in an extra 1,000 out of even my own money. Doesn't matter. we were going to sanitize the information anyway, but we've said that again. We're going to, of course.
Well, it's a little late to.
I want to know what your whole story is.
Yeah, it's a little late to sanitize the information because it already got traced back to him.
Exactly. So that's not that he doesn't know that, but not that you have said that. But anyways, it's you traced him out because Transys Neuronet already had the information about him, and that's how it was led to him to begin with. So sanitizing the information means nothing to him because its information's already out.
Sure, but you made a good point there. We could explain how we came to have his name without using, indicating his fixer, for instance, because we already knew his name. We just used him to get a meet. Basically.
That's the thing. There's different layers. There's whether it's an IP or a MAC address or whatever. There's details of things, and we can suppress all of the details. And I don't want anyone else in the world to know anything about you, but I want to know what your story is. So I'll throw in an extra 1,000 if you tell us, for serious, what your story is.
Privately, I thought that we were already asking for that.
Yeah, but he's told back.
Can I torture him for information now?
You can if you want.
No.
But so, Dillon, to be clear, you are going to assist in paying for the 7,000, and then you're going to throw in an additional 1,000 to make it a grand total of 8 to get more information out of him, personal information.
I mean, if a favor point comes out of it, wouldn't hurt my feelings. But yeah, that's the deal.
I gotcha.
I want to know who this guy is because he seems interesting.
That does require everybody else to agree to pay, though.
Sorry, I may have been distracted. What's the amount we're talking about?
We're talking 7. It's 1,150 million, and it's 1,250 for me.
Yeah, so each person is just over 1,000. It would be nice if we could get it down to 1,000, just because it's a nice round number, but whatever.
So I'm at 1,400 plus 1,150. The 1,400 being for the hotel room.
Correct.
It's a lot, guys. If everybody else is in, I'm in.
Wait, did she not pay us back for the hotel room?
She hasn't yet because it had to be the first two. It had to be the. Well, she said she was going to cover those nights, but it would take her some time to do it, and then she got this job. So
it hasn't happened yet. But she said she would do it.
She said she would do it.
So that 1,400 might go away by the sound of it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm in.
Sounds like you guys are paying, yes?
Yes.
I think the only person who hasn't mentioned is Jay.
Can I?
Very well.
Okay. All right. So, yeah.
I roll an etiquette to support that request for some transparency.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm pre-edging this. Etiquette. Okay. I clicked the pre-edge roll, but then it's asking for my edge. Oh, that's my edge score.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's your total edge, not a reduced from using it or anything like that. There you go.
Well, that's not so bad.
No, you did actually really good for a pre-edge.
High risk, sometimes high reward.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Counter etiquette with a etiquette. Yes, etiquette. So we will do 10 dice again. Ah, yes. He is taken aback by that, by your request and your statement and your offer of more information. And he is a vain person, so he enjoys to talk about himself. And so he will agree to terms, and he holds out his hand for to Grynner to shake.
I shake.
Shake. Over to Silver. Shake. Bakemono, and well, you're gone. I guess you're over in the looking at.
Well, he's probably hearing half the conversation through the team's mics, but
true.
Yeah, if there's like a text poll going on, he'll put a little thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I would have clear the cost with everyone else, so you'd know what worked. I'm not going to make a deal with your money without letting you know.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, it's a way to solve this particular dilemma without having to start a fight in front of a royal palace.
Exactly.
Not to mention, wrecking our rep.
I kind of want you to do it in front of the palace, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough notoriety already. Thanks.
I mean, I'm always down for a little more notoriety, but also it has to make sense.
Yeah, true.
I could deal with the notoriety. It's the public awareness I don't want.
You wouldn't have to worry about it, Grynner, because you would all be in jail and most likely dead before you might even get to jail, to be completely honest with you. The only one that might survive is Jay, because I told Ren to leave. But anyways. All right, he says, very well, I can tell you what's going on. Let's see. Let's see what does he says.
I bet we could probably get some of this information from hacking him, but he also has a really good chance of knowing that we're doing that.
His head explodes.
Kaboom!
All right. So he says, I have a particular ability, and it kind of ties into the method of how I did this. And he was looking at Dillon, he says, I'm a technomancer. I have the ability to touch somebody and hack any sort of cyberware or whatnot that they may be wearing or have on them, or any sort of gear. So therefore, I've used my skin link capabilities to hack Alan's cyberware, and due to his internal router and all his systems being connected inside, I was able to do multiple long-term hacks on him after gaining access to him to slowly reprogram his cybergill and his oxygen tank to think that both of them are reversed in operation. So the cybergill operates as a air tank, and an air tank operates as a cybergill, therefore effectively semi-drowning him, but suffocating nonetheless.
Pretty clever.
And was that a commissioned hit, I guess would be the question.
Yes. Let's see. Actually, let me actually read this to explain this better. As I actually might have explained it wrong. The forensic reports the player actually incomplete, as Dr. Smith missed the tampering to his biomonitor. Dr. Allen's cybergill was tampered with a retard with two retard slash.
You can't say that anymore. It's got to be like specially enabled or something.
Anyway, to retard slash hamper the rate at which it would oxygenate his blood, and the rate at which it would remove carbon dioxide. The automated baffle to prevent drowning due to unconsciousness was also disabled. This was all done with a firmware hack. The internal air tank was hacked so that it misread the oxygen concentration in the tank. And lastly, his biomonitor was hacked to give an erroneous reading of his blood oxygenation and carbon dioxide concentration to appear normal. Alan didn't just drown, he was knocked unconscious by a combined lack of O2 and too much CO2 in his blood, and then lost consciousness. When he lost consciousness, his cybergill allowed water into his trachea, drowning him effectively. And he explains in very much detail how he did that with his capabilities and his hacking abilities. Let's see.
Better not piss you off, huh? I'm just messing around with him. I just say, he's like skilled. He's dangerous. I better not piss you off.
He smiles. Says, okay. I don't use my skills on people I'm not paid to use my skills on. Let's see. And it's supposed to be telling me the who, but it's not. So I was hired by a outside source. I didn't even know the actual Johnson or the actual buyer. I was wired money with instruction and took out, did the job.
I can respect that. You take a job, you follow through.
Yeah.
Does he seem like he is being candid?
Judge intentions.
Bakemono's pretty far away, but sure.
Body language and stuff.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Mm.
And inflections on tones and all that kind of stuff. You're listening through microphones, and you can hear things.
I use the bonuses for the non-audio stuff anyway.
Okay. Nautit, you're 100% positive. Bakemono, you're 100% positive. Cowabunga, you're satisfied with the answer. Same thing with you, Ren.
All right.
Okay. That's a shame. It's not a very deep pool to fish in. As far as a why, I guess knowing that somebody wanted the guy dead and it was an intentional hit is something.
Yeah, it doesn't actually list who actually hired him or anything like that.
The only way he would know is if he got curious and hacked them. So it would be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah. Actually, here's the question: were you given a time frame with which to perform this job?
No. Well, yes and no. Time frame was within a week of completion, and I always keep myself to a week regardless of accepting money from a contractor.
All right. Anybody think of any other questions to ask him?
What is your favorite color?
Purple.
Oh, no red.
Ah!
I don't have to choose if I choose purple, because that's blue and red. Blue and red.
Mm.
It's neither.
It's a combination of both.
Colors are weird like that.
They are. All right, so that's the mission.
Purple doesn't exist.
It does
I
too.
might just say something like, "I look forward to running into you again sometime."
Excellent.
Or not.
Make this world more interesting.
Hopefully not working at cross ends.
Yes, truth. All right, so you have successfully attained Alan Sullivan's corpse. 6,000 new yen. Yay!
A side note,
Yes.
just because I will try to contact the nurse and actually have a proper date with her.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Hey, any chance to get some and make contact in a new place
That's
is
true.
worth it. Is worth it.
All
You
right.
get sick because hospitals are where you get sick.
But it's also where they have penicillin for VD.
She has 14 STDs. I'm sorry, man.
On a shelf?
That's what
Yes.
sterilizes for, babe.
Oh, that makes sense.
I see. That would honestly, that spell would make so much sense in the real world.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Technically, since I'm doing the shape changing and I'm normally female, there would not be any chance for getting her pregnant. But if I were male normally, this would be it would be a good birth control method as well.
Are you trying to pick up the dependent quality?
No.
That's what happens if you crit glitch and you're sterilized.
Ha!
So speaking of STDs, I was working in a Army Reserve hospital, and the game store nearby got in these little plushies of different diseases, of the different bacteria. So me being the smart ass that I am, went and bought one and gave it to the hospital commander. So for the rest of the weekend, I got to tell everyone that I gave the boss chlamydia.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I went to a pagan festival one year with. We had stopped in Maryland before. We had stopped at a friend's place in Maryland beforehand, and I picked up like 10 pounds of Maryland stone crabs. Filled the cooler. Obviously, couldn't eat them all myself, so I was passing them out left and right. So I got to say that I
Free
gave crabs.
Yep. Cute.
All right. Well, if we're telling STD stories, mine is an old episode of Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew, this kid called up, and he apparently had crabs, and he had shaved his pubes with his dad's razor, and now his dad had crabs on his face, and couldn't figure out how his dad couldn't figure out how he got them.
That's hilarious.
Ew.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate
All
that.
right. So, you guys have earned 12,000 new yen. Your debt, your hotel rooms were covered, by the way. You have earned 6 karma. You have earned 1 street cred. You have earned 3 contacts.
Ugh, too many. I could kill some of these folks off.
You have earned Eric. She is a connection 5, loyalty 1. Alice Barnes, she's a connection 6, loyalty 1. And Hot to Trot, he is a connection 3, loyalty 1. Dillon has actually got him as connection 2, or connection loyalty 2.
Wait. Eric is. You said
It's all on the debrief log. I put in the
and
chat.
What about the nurse?
Connection. I'll give her a connection 2, loyalty 1.
Okay, and give me a name.
Maggie Pierce.
Nurse Nursington.
I like that character.
Nurse Nursington?
No, Maggie Pierce.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Grey's Anatomy is kind of a guilty pleasure of mine.
Actually, it's a customer of mine that I do work for.
That was actually pretty quick tonight.
Yeah, actually, we did really good. I had posted in the chat that don't get too caught up on the mortuary stuff because we had a whole other 3 scenes to go through, and actually we went through them relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if there's not a combat that you can't avoid, then you can get through them pretty quick.
No, the only reason why you guys would have gotten into combat in this one at all is if you wanted to stick around the hospital and start fighting the security that's there, but they are pretty wimpy to begin with. Or if you wanted to start a fight in front of the castle.
Maggie Pierce is human?
Human. But she has tentacles in various locations.
I know some teams will not contact Eric to find Hot to Trot because out of fear of tipping off Hot to Trot and try to find him directly.
Say that one more time.
I mentioned some teams will try to find Hot to Trot directly without going through Eric. Is there an actual way to do that?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
It's probably just tough because he's a matrix specialist.
Correct. So you can do all sorts of different searches for him and getting information from context and whatnot. If you had shadow communities, you could try to know information about them and all that kind of stuff, which is what happened last time. My last time I ran this through, like I said in the chat, they took 4 hours for the morgue scene, and which you guys were almost there. But and we were able to streamline the Hot to Trot section because one character had the shadow communities information or knowledge skill relatively high with 4 points in it and a decent intuition to go along with it. to roll for it, and he ended up getting 6 or 7 successes, if I remember correctly. So I was like, yeah, you've communicated with him before. You know him firsthand.
You have his comm link.
Exactly. So it's pretty easy for you to do this.
I mean, I can see if runners go after him aggressively, getting into a fight with him.
Exactly. All right. Before we end tonight, unless there's any other questions about this mission, we're going to do the drawing. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So it says here that there was a marquee project for Transys Neuronet that seems to be in jeopardy. What was that marquee project?
So that was actually never fleshed out, and the story was never, that little blurb was never changed. But Transys Neuronet is the owner of all of Alan's cyberware and whatnot, and Alan is effectively the project. And he, if I remember correctly, all of his gear is like beta or delta grade stuff. And so they were testing all the mixture of all the information, how all the technology works together, and how it's easily switched back and forth between regular use and not regular use, and all that kind of stuff. So
they would have gone upset if we cut the body.
Yeah.
So, did we catch Ren staring and debating whether it was intermixable with her stuff? Maybe if I slot that arm.
There was probably some intermixing desired, but I mean, I don't think Ren has Deltaware stuff, right? Although you would have had to find it on him.
Regular and betaware.
Yeah. So his stuff is all was all beta and delta, at least in the original of this. I don't know. They actually don't give stats for him anymore because he's dead. There's no reason to.
All right, and all 3 of our contacts are human?
Yes.
Okay. And could you remind me again what the cost was for Hottetrot's information?
7,000 total split between you all, and then Dillon had an extra
1150.
Yeah, and then Dillon had an extra 1,000.
Okay, groovy.
So we don't get the 12 that it says we get.
We do, but we have to subtract 1150.
Correct. I didn't put that on there because that's your own portions to keep track of.
Okay, that works.
I liked how this ended up with like the evil mad scientist explaining his what he's doing.
He's a professional. He takes pride in what he does. So he has this is a quality I don't remember ever reading. Groveler? What is groveler quality?
So you can nom data chips or data.
Gotcha.
To reduce your fading, basically. It's kind of busted.
Let's see. Better on the net, which is his attack rating. Basically, I'm assuming it brings it up a notch. One with the Matrix has a pan master device and a perfect time. He's submersion grade 5, resonance of 8.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie. I'm assuming more on the sorcerer side than on the sprite wrangler side.
Resonance program, skin link, will of the resonance, whatever will of the resonance is.
I don't know that one.
D-res, diffusion of firewall.
Oh, it's just boasted will, I think, isn't it?
Pupperneer, that would make sense because he has a resonant or willpower equals your resonance rating, probably.
What? I don't think that would be amazing.
Although that doesn't make any sense because he's got it twice, so maybe.
No, I think it just adds.
Okay. I honestly don't know how to read Technomancers that well, so
they have some pretty gnarly mini games to them.
Yeah. He doesn't have anything too crazy or anything like that as far as complex forms. He's got a healthy group of skills, though.
Yeah, if he doesn't have any streams, I'm a little surprised, but
does not.
Okay, I'm going to take off.
All right.
All right, again. Good night.
You wanted to do some random stuff, Raven?
We are going to do a drawing.
Oh, right. Great.
You guys want to stick around for that or not?
I'm fine too.
I did not click the button yet.
You did not click what button yet?
The disconnect button.
Excellent. Well, I have to do one thing. I have to check and see if I have any additional PayPal donations before I roll this. So give me uno momento.
I'm a little mad that Eric is a rating 5 fixer.
Why?
Why?
I feel like he's a lower rating fixer because he does things that are jerky.
Oh, well, it could just be his country's way.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, they're ruled by druids or something, are they?
Fair point.
Right. I do have to put one more person in. Hey! There's a Basil that donated right at the very last second.
I did that a half hour before the game.
I know, but I didn't. I saw it and I had to double check it beforehand. So I got to put you in the list yet, and that's it.
Got lost in the mail.
All right, give me a couple minutes for this, and we can do the roll.
Can you do two things at once?
Maybe.
So who did kill him and why?
Who did kill who?
Well, we know who killed him, but
Yeah.
why was he hired to kill Alan?
That he doesn't know. Like I said on the thing, he said that he received a job on the Matrix from a known contact or an unknown contact. I'm sorry. And after verifying the data and the job through a couple of sources, he accepted the job, accepted the prepayment, and completed the job and got paid.
Okay, so maybe it comes up in another adventure. And then why is it called Down in the Valley? Because was the hospital in the valley?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was curious about that one too. It seemed tenuous.
It's on the very western coast of Wales. It's a port town, or like, it's very small. One of the blessings and curses of doing all these things online is I have Wikipedia at my disposal.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it can be useful. That's one of the things I like about running games in like smaller bite-sized components or formats rather. So you don't have to get stuck into like a long campaign where you have to sort of stay more or less in one place or go where the characters go. Like if you're running bite-sized stuff, you'd be like, all right, today we're going to be in Northern California, and tomorrow we're going to be in Southern Africa. Different team, different setup, whole thing. Or you can run a smuggler game and then you do both things.
Smuggled watches from Switzerland.
Mm. Where they make the watches.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that Monty Python thing after. I don't know. Like, it's one of the few that I don't think I've seen before. Maybe.
It's an old favorite.
Almost done. Hold on. Okay. Finally got them all entered. All right. Let me copy this and we can do a roll.
Does the soundboard have a drum roll? No?
I don't know.
Yeah, it does. Let me get it.
All right.
Oh,
So if you guys aren't watching it and want to watch it, by all means pull up the stream link in the stream channel on the Discord server, and I will change locations to the rolling page.
Stream channel?
The stream channel or chat room in the
Twitch.
in the Discord server. So there should be a server room up there that has 6 world streams.
6 world streams.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And let me know when you're in if you wish to.
Okay, so that's where Twitch TV.
Yep.
There should be a link, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you can just stream from Discord, I think. But anyway,
Got that Wheel of Fortune.
I guess I could just say I could have just shared my screen or something like that. Oh well.
Yeah, make sure you mute.
There, I'm sorry, Chris. I had to mute you until it was taken care of. You were getting a lot of back feedback.
Yep, I do the same thing.
All right, so we have, let's see, 394 entries for this. They are not obviously unique entries, but that is how many people bought, how many tickets were purchased for January's drawing. I greatly appreciate this. At the moment, at my last counting, as of this was about a week ago, we were at. Let's see, about a week ago, we were at $515. Which in the last 24 hours, we have gained an additional at least $150. So we're into the 650, maybe close to 700 range, and I'll get a complete updated number and post that in the chat here in a second, so everybody knows where we're at. But again, thank you very much to everybody who has supported us. I greatly appreciate the money, obviously the money sending this direction, because obviously we can keep running SRMO for everybody who wants to play. Making it open to everybody is a great thing. Don't have to worry about the money situation, but also keeping everything public and able for anybody to play is what missions is all about for the most part. Anybody should be able to come up to the server, sign up for a game on the website, come onto the Discord server, and be able to play whenever and wherever they want. And I really wish in the near future we're going to have a lot more GMs as Catalyst starts doing some really cool things in the near future with some publicity things, as well as a few other things that I know about that I can't say because of NDA stuff. So, but regardless, without further ado, I am going to do our first spin for the night. We are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16 different drawings tonight. Everybody will be in for every drawing. And again, like I said previously, all the names will continue into next month as well for the following drawings. And it's going to be 16 drawings per month, basically. So without further ado, the first drawing for an Edge Zone game is... The winner is...
Mysterious.
Buddy Arnold. And obviously I'll get a golf clap. Thank you. I will get in touch with all the winners after this. Maybe not tonight, but because it's getting late here, but maybe tomorrow or at latest the weekend, and get your information for shipping. Next winner for a Butch and Sundance holographic puzzle. Oh, it's almost landed on Sandcastle. Funchi 3030. All right, next one is for a last one down puzzle. And for those of you who don't know what these are, they're holographic posters and whatnot that were turned into, I think it's like 150-piece puzzles or something along those lines. They're really kind of cool.
I think I'd said earlier, don't worry about this any hard copy rewards for me, because I don't need to clutter up my already cluttered living space.
Well, if you come up, we'll just roll again. Ace! We have a winner for the last one down. This one is for a drone gauntlet puzzle. Oh, Mikuro! Yay! Next one is for a firefight puzzle. Funchi got another one! Congratulations! Alright. Next one is a Risk It All puzzle. I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you know that one or not. That one's the one with, I think it's the SR6 original cover. The dude jumping towards the giant drone. Buddy, again! Yep. Alright, now, if I remember correctly, I thought I was able to do multiple winners on this, but maybe I can't. So I think we're just going to spin 10 times for the dog tags. Another one goes to Buddy. We're going to keep it making shipping easily if everybody keeps on winning multiple times. Sandcastle got one, but you said you don't want one?
Pass.
Okay. We'll ignore Sandcastles and roll again, so we got 9 more to go.
I hope it lands on me 4 times just to make it extra irritating.
That would be terrible. Don't tell me that. I should have removed your name.
Yep. You could have.
I did. K-Spree! Glenn Royer? We got another one for Ace. Killian Wargear. K-Spree again. Which, did he already win a tag or no?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Okay, we're going to roll another one for that, because, well, actually, I don't really care. If I don't know how I want to take care of that. I guess you can always use multiple keychains, right? So there you go. We're going to keep on going. All right. Synthetic. I'm getting dizzy by watching the circle spin around. Ace again. And this is the last, oh no, one more roll after this one. One more spin after this one. Funchi. And our last roll of the night. And ace. All right. Thank you very much again for everybody who donated. I greatly appreciate it. I will be in touch with the winners, like I said, within the next, I would say before the weekend, or even on the weekend would probably be most likely when I'll get a hold of you. It'll either be through email, through your PayPal email address, or if I know your Discord information, I will message you there. Thank you very much again, and we will see you all later. Have a good night.
Before you leave,
Yes.
Raven, if you could please roll me 4 dice. I'm doing
Why?
the 9 paths, Path of Instinct,
Oh, you're doing that? All right. Fine.
and I'm going to edge it.
Can you spend edge on that? I don't think you can. If you do,
You usually can't on downtime.
I was going to
things.
say it's considered a downtime thing, but this one specifically is called out that you can roll it. That you have to roll it in front of a GM.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're allowed to use edge or not. I don't remember.
I think you can. It just counts against you for the next time.
I would say that regardless, yes. Let me just double check it real quick. Won't take a minute.
I noticed that we're skipping the 1 in 2 weeks, and it's pushed back to 4 weeks.
Yes.
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
Yes, I was about to comment on that. How, hey, that's a smart move.
Well,
Yeah.
I figured it's a Wednesday, so who's actually going to go out for dinner on a Wednesday? But at the same time, I wasn't going to take the chance.
How about it's much safer for me to not have any plans for that day?
Exactly. So I figured I'd rather not do it than do it. So
it's most safe if you make plans for that day.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I have 2 sets of plans. I have we're going out on the weekend, and I have Wednesday night free.
Double plans.
You may spend a point of edge on this roll, but that point is spent for the entire game session. All right.
Okay.
So that'll be for next session. Yes.
Yeah.
Ew, you only get. Ew, that's not great.
I had 3 dice.
Yeah.
Ordeal.
Yeah. All right. So I get to roll 4. 4 versus 3. I guess it's not that terrible. Hey, you got it.
Yes. Got it. Awesome.
All right.
Fantastic.
Okay, I will declare now that I will learn a little bit of English before next time.
Hey, you're actually going to spend karma? That's terrible. You should bank that stuff, man.
I might need some help on how to do that.
You should get away with the loophole and learn Scottish English.
Oh, geez. Honestly, you should probably specify that it's British English because you're learning it in England.
That's true, huh?
Proper.
Right. Have a good month. Talk to you guys.
Absolutely.
Then. Cheers, folks.
Are you gonna have that laser by the time we come back?
You will.
You better.
I'm not going for the laser. I'm going for augmentations.
What?
It's going to surprise you all, but that's the truth.
Oh.
Oh, but you needed the 200,000 for the laser.
I know, but since I don't have to pay for that hotel room after all, I'll get there.
I cheated. I got a laser augmentation.
That is a cheat because normally they don't fit there.
All right, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you again for watching, everybody. I will talk to you guys later, and we'll see you in a month.
See you in a month.
Bye.
See you in a month.
And we'll do another drawing.
Bye-bye.
Yay.